Alrighty, hey folks. I have to definitely get everything going on that. Yeah. Does that mean making videos? So what do I have in my video section here so far? Yeah. I got October 20th to 21 to 3:12 a.m., which means I've got one more that I have to make a video. Let's see here. October 20th, 12:37 to 7:28. And do I have the sleeping one in there? 3:44 a.m. sleeping. Yep. So I got everything except for this very last one, and the 8-hour one that I have to go put up. Alrighty, so that's gonna be a whole fucking thing, considering. Oh yeah. There's a lot of stuff in a lot of these that I don't even say that it's there in the title or the description, but it's remember those automatic tags and shit? They should be there. Why do you think I'm that would be nice if I could get that? Yeah. Or make an automatic description? Yeah, that'd be great. What? For a disabled person like me? That's awesome. It really lowers the barrier to entry. Hey, was it not recording that entire time? I don't know. Woo! Yeah, no, the automatic descriptions and tags for the stuff that I'm making would be great because I actually need that for a disabled person like myself. Fanciful tales. No, but okay. So what's going on with the whole well, terraforming's going fine. Wait, terraforming is going fine? Yeah, we've learned how to accelerate some of that for us. How much acceleration? Not that much. Phaser. Good boy, Phaser. Phaser. Hey, no Phaser. No. Going after my fluffing in my Lincoln cavity. Just me. Maybe dope. What? Detail on DMS, IEMs versus headphones. Yeah, get the detail thing studies. for me, it's like it's fairly defined in a very particular way. It's the accuracy of a given sound with the separation and the direction of that given sound, and it properly layers with the correct enough dynamic range between all instruments and or sounds that are trying to be recorded, down to a certain decibel to a max decibel range. So it's like there's direction involved because it has to be, but it also has to have the layering. And yes, I can understand where you come from for wanting that possible muddiness that could be there, but that's accurate when it's an open air environment that can distort those sounds. Not everything is perfectly clinical. So, detail for me has to have the layering, has to have the added in, you know, distortion to varying degrees depending how it gets presented and was recorded and what you're ultimately trying to do. And that separation of all those details that are for sure there, and if you listen, you can get them with the appropriate amount of what you want to have be there, dynamic range in between. And it has to do it well across the board for all frequencies that are natural and neutral to the sound source and has no coloring to it. Right, that's detail. I have done nothing for tonality, nothing for sound stage, nothing for imaging or any of that. That's all up to you. This is just straight detail. It's like it needs to genuinely present accurately the frequencies, the tonality, the at the right time, the distortions, the any of it. And there is direction that is involved in that. And it has to do it exactingly at the right times, in the right ways, which effectively is impossible with what our current technology does. Since we're talking about an acoustic phasing. So it's like, think, if you were to think of it as a headphone, you would take what is the effectively same equivalent almost of those, like, flat panels that have the, from long distance, right? Except we're talking about using that now as like sound lasers, and then having destructive interference around, and then passive, active noise cancellation from coming in, and also it going out. So that way it correctly presents the sound into your eardrums. Same thing for IEMs. It's like, oh, so you have this many balanced armatures, huh? How come you're not doing this? That's basically a phaser laser array if you do it right with the right tubes. Combining, yeah. As it goes to constructive interference, sound profile, and that's another version of the ear tip, which is another version that has to properly allow for the sound to be transmitted into the ear canal, into where eardrum is, which there's a given resonance there that can be presented, which means you need a given amount of bleed out from the ear tip, but also the IEM. If you don't have it, then that resonance changes to being very one-sided frequency versus the all frequencies that you can present, more or less. Yeah. Very high tech. Yeah, well, detail is a tough one. Detail, you have to get a lot of detail. Like, if you want to talk to me about detail, detail turns into as much of the information is there presented as possible that can ever be presented. Even if you yourself cannot ultimately even hear that information, if it's able to be recorded, that detail should still be able to be presented. Oh, yeah, I know, right? Rough shit. Is it rough? I mean, well, I mean, to do it, right? Well, depends, truthfully, on what we're talking about, because diaphragms back in the day were a lot different than they are now. And then now our diaphragms, while great, we can actually make even better diaphragms than we had previously. And now we know about phasing, active noise cancellation in a way that then we can use that to our advantage to do a constructive and more accurate positioning of audio and clarity to detail. So it's like you need to understand detail and clarity are one and the same side of a coin. Like you don't get it without having clarity. Precision is a part of that too, in terms of it has to be precise, accurate, and consistent every time. Yeah, right? And it's like, well, that can be recorded very poorly, and it's like, right, please record better, you bastards. Presenting me a big wall of the bass, and it's like, no. Yeah, the other rest detailed. This resolving. Yeah, no, that's genuinely speaking where I end up getting into. Ah, so we're gonna get into. Can we not have this sound like ass? Sound technology. It's like that though. It's like, dude. Crap. No, that's fine. That's all good. No, it's just they're presenting something that is really rough. If you really were able to listen, and you can tell they didn't record it with that level of detail and everything. Oof. Owie. It's not too loud. No, there's no sibilance or anything. No, except for when they make it sibilant, those bastards. Fuck you. What is it? Ear pierced time? I don't know. I was stabbed by a song in my ear. No, that's great, honey. Oh, motherfucker. That's a great song. You know, it'll sound a lot better like this, though. Yeah, that's where I'm at on that one, because, yeah. Owie. So you use sound stuff? Oh, I do. Yeah, no, I sound filters instead of decibel, equalizer stuff. I'll use sound filters, basically instead of sound like trash. It's like we're gonna do an increase of decay here or something like that. It's like we're gonna tone back certain levels of dynamic for that sibilance. Or basically it's a sound profiler instead of equalizer, instead of dB or whatever. It's like decay levels, dB 2 degrees, but then also it's effectively correcting. Yeah, there's sound filter correcting algorithms. Yeah, it's like no. Really, fuck you, dude. I heard some songs that are just fine on regular headphones or whatever, and then you get you know other types of more detailed things, and it's like, oh god, and my teeth rattle. I didn't know I could get teeth rattle. I didn't know I could get teeth rattle, honestly. They found the resonance in between my mouth. That's a bit rough. Yeah, great sound, great song. Honestly, just not on this. When it really presents it for what it really is. Yeah, for what it's worth. Yeah. Uh, yeah. But that's what it turns into for that part. Yeah. So sound filters. Basically, yeah. There's equalizers that you can do, but then it's not about equalizing. It's like it's fine when it's actually done correctly. Yeah. It's like no. I know what this song is. So it'll take any given song and input of that given song, and it'll filter it through a given like nope. No matter what, you're never gonna go this high. You're never gonna do this. You're never gonna do that. And then it's like, yep, no matter what, that's gonna present itself better. Yeah, it's still like what it is. It's just no longer am I gonna get killed because he decided to do that. Eh. You know, if they really figure out resonances for your fucking goddamn eardrum for sibilance, I swear. Ah! Like, no, it's not loud. That's the thing. Ah! You fucker. No, I'm hearing that. And you don't get rid of that. Fuck off, you. You indeed, yeah. The balance armature thing is a great idea. Oh no, I'm well aware, especially when I can just use balance armature and then a movement of a cylinder driver. So it's like, you know, they have those like hollow cylinder and then a balance armature in the center. But it's like I do a balance armature around and then a balance armature in the center. And then like I'm able to do that movement of that with those with the right holes that then basically pump it in a little bit, but then have a active or a passive destructive interference, and so it's like I get big bass that carries that, and then that'll be constructive when it hits your eardrum for a certain mid-range or slightly higher, you know, to a certain lower, and then I can get a really good sub bass when I have them all move together as a big boom, boom, boom. And then it's like, oh right, but then I have all of that with a mid range to a higher for the dynamic, you know what I mean? Little unit, right to rodeo. Yeah. And it's like balanced armature, it's like, okay, so it'll do over here in these areas, and then it has to go and constructively interfere to being this type of frequency. When it hits your eardrum, it's gonna be actually that exacting, like, but then it can pulse it. So it's like, as a result of these only needing to be this decibel range, and this can be added on with this. So then I can have a much more layered, detailed position. Good way to describe it is this frequency, which is right here, you know what I mean, basically being recorded at the same time as this one, and they're played at the same time. Now both of those frequencies don't need to be matched with a single driver that can go only do like forward and back, but then can shimmy and shake on its way forward and back, right? But now it's a little different in terms of how I can position it, construct it, and destruct it, and layer that a lot better. But the problem is like certain songs sound terrible now. Like songs I loved, pianos and stuff. They have like, you know, the dual, like the dual microphones, right? And it's like that together with other instruments. It's like you really don't understand how much you were definitely deciding to just pierce the fucking audience. Yeah, well, we have things in our ears, anyways. You thought that was gonna? They don't hear it. Oh, they don't hear it. They don't hear that. I'm glad they don't. Granted, pianos now actually sound correct. Right? Yeah, you can actually be appropriately tuned, for the IEMs or whatever. Yeah. Frequency. Yep. Because it's hard to do octaves. I told you you could not do this. Oh, well, you got it done. Turns out I was wrong. Really? Yeah, it's for learning how to entangle and superposition. So, like the thing I just talked about with the phaser stuff. Yeah, I use it with acoustic pumps. But then for plasma, to then, it's deep in my YouTube, but to effectively quantumly tunnel and then create fusion at a lower amount of actual energy input. Yeah, whole thing at that point. You talk about the whole you know, like near um, absolute zero thing. The absolute zero thing did happen. Really, we detected absolute zero, even though we have kinetic. Yeah, well, it's moving, so right. Well, it canceled out rotation of Earth and all that. Oh yeah, no. It did bloom, and it did fuse, and it did tunnel together, all that. It did eventually interact. We got our super cool light show. Their microlensing and all the rest of it. And we did find the dwarf planet. It is actually a little bit bigger of a light show than we thought and predicted, so that one was fun. Yeah. We eat ourselves off on an airship if you want to know. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, no, did we ever? Eventually, it couldn't be ignored by the rest of them, and then we lived on the moon. And now we're on Mars. Oh, you motherfucker! I knew the airship thing was coming. Ah! Well, technically, that's a very similar. It's not the same. Very similar, though. Yeah. Yeah, we never did the one I just talked about, absolute zero. So a different type of absolute zero that doesn't cause like the other problem. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're good. Jeez, big fucking huge. Oh, what's this? Oh yeah, no. We definitely detected absolute zero. Another airship thing. Yeah, it's not a joke, man. That airship stuff is good. Mm. You lived on the moon? Yeah, well, good to find some way of getting some done. Mm-hmm. Uh, well, I certainly answered his question about what detail is, and I'm happy I did. Yeah. Weekly air is fun. That's something I want to do. I would, but then it would pick up on the recording that I'm doing because of how loud I have to take my headphones. They probably wouldn't like that. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, maybe they do. Maybe they do. Maybe they will. Maybe. Let's see. Let's see if I'm allowed to do that. So long as there's no, copywritten music or something. Again, it's not presented with visuals, so. Well, maybe. Yeah, but then the music thing. Yeah, I know. So long as I'm not doing anything on that side of things, I think it should be okay. I mean, it's not necessarily as transformative, because I guess you just get to watch me, and then we get to hang out together in that sense. And you get to listen through my headphones more than anything. Through a recording on my phone. This is a bit odd, actually. Yeah. But hey, guess what? Why not? I mean, the hackers were doing it. They enjoyed it. Well.
Today, I've set up a race to level the playing field to each of us to see who the fastest GCM presenter really is.
That is how loud I have to listen to things, yeah. Because I'm hard of hearing.
Here he is.
They're semi-open. Biodynamic DT880s. 600 ohms.
What do you mean? You told us it was a race. I've come here to win. Race it is, and you may, but not on those bikes. Because I've designed a race with difference. Okay? Today, of course, I propose Draco.
GCN Global Cycling Network or something? Yeah, something like that. They're testing different bikes for e-bikes and all this other stuff.
Today, I'm matching bikes to each of your abilities. It should be a fair race, a handicapped race. This way, you'll find your bikes.
Is it audio that's the non-transformative, or is it the visual? You should definitely try and match it.
Selection at low prices with no cut charges. From Fortune 500 companies to small businesses and homeowners, Wire and Cable Your Way services a vast range of customers and stands committed in providing expert care and friendly service. With warehouses strategically placed throughout the country, orders ship fast when and where you need it. No project too big or small. You sell it all at Wire and Cable Your Way.
Nice. Yeah, Google reviews, 4.4 star rating. I can, but with the 3D printer, I was talking about the 3D printer tech. Yeah, about how to turn like a wire, but I was just gonna get sheets to pound it. But I could get wires and cables the right way, and then I can then squeeze it and then melt it as filament. Wires and cables, I see it. Then I got a 3D printer, the Bamboo Lab P1S. I'm seeing what they're putting down. I like it. I like that. Yeah. I want it to remember where I put my closed caption area every time. I don't leave it at the bottom. Read the side of those fucking tires. Holy jeez.
It's absolutely massive. It's built for a freaking giant, and I'm not small. You're quite small. I'm not small. Below average. Stop it. I'm really tall. Why couldn't you just choose normal pictures? Great. You got chipmunk.
I wasn't expecting that. An e-bike, I could do that. It's not bad, full throttle.
Saddle down? Because, I mean, when you look at the I should be. That is weird, isn't it? Sting. So do you like your bikes? No. I can't even ride mine.
I quite like mine.
Oh, there you go.
I don't like the picture.
I just stopped skipping audio.
Are we begin our race? I think we're ready to go. No, what are you riding? I'm riding my normal bike. I don't need a
What?
different bike.
That's not fair.
I'm the slowest, so you're all coming down to my level.
Nah, you're not
No.
that bad. Have you had any water today? It's not like Unbound, is it?
I'm really, really bad. Running out of water. Arms dry. Feel so ill.
Oh, come on. You're pretty bad there.
It's 40 degrees Celsius.
So thirsty. I've done 80 miles. I can't pedal anymore. Anyway, not when you died. You're only halfway in, weren't you?
He's like 50k in.
Okay.
Right, should we go get him a bike? You go have a drink of water and get into kit, and we'll all go get your bike.
Yeah, keep hydrated.
You need to make it up this 1.9 kilometre climb.
Okay.
Oh, but I need a drink halfway up.
That is a massive bike, by the way.
Drive. I hate it as well.
I've got my hand cream.
Come on, I want to see my bike. What's the bike?
Holy shit, is this small?
Artistic drawing.
You need a haircut.
Very funny. Look like Wolverine.
This guy is so tall compared to this fucker. Holy shit.
He doesn't like a giant.
He's a giant.
Oh my god.
That's too good.
Not really happy about this.
It's not your idea.
This isn't my idea. Based on an eight grand kids bike.
It's a kid's bike.
That has gotta be a kid's bike, yeah.
Alright, hang on a minute. Connor, before we start, mate, I don't want you to get thirsty. Okay, I know what you're like.
That's fair though, like thirsty is a big deal. I've done the dehydrating thing problem before, yeah. And then it really will hit you so hard. Yeah.
I'm a normal size unit. I'm 5'10".
This fucker.
Surprised you haven't brought your running shoes, sorry.
If I can go
The sun is
this
hard.
bike,
Holy shit.
so I'm pretty alright.
That's big. Clients behind us. Apparently you're as front as well, so I'm about to attack you.
We got penny farming wheels, yeah, for front rear.
It's making a funny noise, not really doing much.
Is it working?
Look at the e-bike. Yeah, well, eventually though, that battery will go. Yeah.
9 kilometres, 11% average gradient. First one to the top wins. But I do think we should have a run. We should have a 1 kilometre run into the
Yes! Flat. Yes. Brilliant. Alright, may the fittest, fastest, and generally best presenter win.
That's it, there you go.
Alright, bring it on.
Fair
Sorry,
game.
mate.
See you on the start line.
Is this really that thing? Really big?
Right, serious faces, everyone.
That's still such a funny thing though to me.
On my signal. 3, 2. Hold on, with traffic.
I know it got me, yeah.
Secondly. Hold on, 2. Gentlemen, just hold on. Hold on, 2. Off this white car. Right. 3, 2, 1. Grab. I'm off the gun.
I'm almost at my preferred cadence.
It starts with a sketch. Where it goes is up to you.
That is fair though. Tremble.
Okay.
No, DT880s have very controlled treble throats where they can still get sibilant, but like the 600 version especially. Like, the other thing is like things have come out that are much better than them, but if you can power them right, man, are they good? Yeah.
That is a big gear.
No, I would tell people if they were really looking to get into it, getting like a proper amp deck, or like, stack like that, and then getting the VT80 600 ohms, and then if you can modify them to get to the balance both ends, right? Like you would do better, but if you don't want to modify them, even that's still amazing. I know, because that amp deck combo to power these DT880s will 100% ultimately carry you for the future, but then you have to buy a pretty good damn amount.
First time I'm
Yeah,
in the lead with GCN.
yeah, it's expensive. Yeah.
First time for everything. Do it.
No, people like the 6X6s, but like I'm not the biggest fan. But then they are able to do vocals very, very well.
Two bars of that
It's just they
already.
don't have imaging, they don't have the resolution of the detail and the separation of that detail, which is a big deal for me.
I reckon I've probably got time to stop and wait
They
for
still have soundstage, yeah, soundstage is not as good as the DT80s. Like these do really well for what they are. Yeah.
Neck and neck on the steepest section of the climb, Hank puts down a serious attack which leaves the rest of the competition in stitches. How he propels that bike forward with such small levers is a mystery, but he dances ahead, creating a two-horse race at the back, fought literally on the trot.
Close. Get back on.
Dude, that guy can fucking do it. Yeah, those ginormous wheels. Yeah, tiny ass sleeve. I would have given him longer, big old cranks. That's for sure.
Get aero and but
Wow.
things are coming back together in dramatic style.
That e-bike, though, right? Yeah, no kidding.
Not since big Mikel Indurain has a giant ever dared to dream about launching an attack so savage on such a gradient. With fear of losing so vivid, this was a time for all tall people who ever dreamed of better.
Yeah.
Shoes doesn't exist. If it wasn't going to be now, it'd be never. It was time
Get
to
him.
ride that small bike in a way that literally never is.
Dude, I know.
Victory to my Lord.
Yeah, but those e-bikes are so real,
Can't taste
though.
bread in my mouth.
Yeah.
Which is the first. It's not really the same crossing the finish line when there's no one here. No one to see what sweet victory.
Right. Like, yeah, because it really will, yeah.
I will tell you that.
Still make you really have to work for it. No kidding. Yeah.
With the finish in sight, proceedings had once again come together at the back. And if we've ever learnt anything here at GCN, it's that one should never count out Simon Richardson. Especially if you fit a zip ties to his bike. Turning
Damn.
the gear, getting back up to speed. This is a comeback like no other.
Woo. But I did. I got into biking. It's so comical. The huge ass wheels.
I think we killed him.
It's perfect for an e-bike, though. Yeah, with wheels that size. Oh yeah.
I had to make it count on the less steep bits, so I tacked as quickly as I could on the road at the start. And then the gradient bit, and I was really struggling even on the lower slopes. And then it was just a case of deciding when to get off and run. And Manon came past me like a rocket. I mean, she really did have diamonds in the legs today. And then when Hank and Connor came past me like a couple of cartoon characters, I was like, I couldn't keep a straight face. I was trying to run. And then, anyway, I just figured if I kept to inside, I could get back on the bike, wind it up at the top. And, I mean, it felt almost like second place is as good as a win in that situation, you know.
Ooh, e-bike. Corvette E-Ray looks good.
Did you suffer
Hybrid
from
Corvette.
dehydration?
Ooh.
Is that why you got off the post?
Did get a bit dry and it's hot actually. Just felt the temperature building. That was okay.
That wasn't why you got off the post.
So it was hard. I mean, on the lower gradients, I was able to push pretty hard. Bike was super light. I felt that pretty responsive. It's just small cranks, small bike, quite hard to pedal. So once I hit those steeper gradients, it was really hard to keep things moving. My back, pretty tight. I was starting to get worried. I might have to go back to my physio.
Yeah.
But then once the gradient eased off, I made a
The
quick
big
snap
crane.
decision. Just
I put on 172 or whatever on mine,
got
my
back in
e-bike.
second position.
And it's like still too short. I'm 6'4". I
actually thought I was
feel
gonna
him on
get
that
second. I was
back comment. Yeah.
The side just came past me.
That's why I was looking at that ginormous bike. I was like, man, I mean, no, fit that in my e-bike.
How do you think Hank will be
Just
feeling
put a
about
new
it?
bike frame. Yeah, honestly, I've been thinking about it. Yeah.
He'll be absolutely gutted. I mean, he's gonna go home from this. His tail between his legs.
I should talk to my mom about that. My mom and dad. It's like, hey, you know what? Can I just like buy like a bike frame and then handles and all this? Like actually make it for my size if they're gonna spend like that amount of money anyways.
Did you underestimate Manon or the e-bike?
The e-bike kit, yeah.
The e-bike for Manon. I thought it was gonna be crappier than it was. I was hoping battery run out halfway up. But
Yeah.
just did manage to power on through. Admittedly, stronger than I thought. So there you go, the fittest, fastest G7 presenter. Manon.
Did we really need a race to find that out?
I don't think we did actually, did we? I wish we hadn't.
But slowest G7 presenter.
I don't think we needed a race to find that out either, did we?
Oh, it was a lot of fun. Third place, I'm happy with that. Not last.
Look.
For once.
Right, well let us know in the comment section what you thought about that race. If you'd like to see us do another one, then give it a big thumbs up in the comment section and tell us what we should be racing and where. Just can I not have a fixie next time? I don't know, you did alright.
You did pretty well on
Pretty
it.
good. You can have this if you want.
I'm not using it. I reckon.
And that, and I started this one.
You know,
Full screen this.
Hey, hey, hey. Welcome back, motorized bike riders. Here's some geese. Here's a bike. So an improv
Rocket
video
Bikes.
by
420 subscribers.
To be honest with you. But this happened to
At the
coincide
time
with
of recording, yeah.
perfectly. I plan on riding my favorite
It
bike
looks
tonight.
really cool for what's worth.
Got a
Yeah.
BT80 engine in it now. I found out a few for 49mm iron bore and PK80. Both of those are nice engines, but over the last little while I really started to just love these BTs. The BT80s, really solid little engine. So I plopped it in this bike. I had broken in a different frame, but stuck it in this bike after I decided that I love those engines the most. So it's pretty much bone stock except for that bike and a 70 Jet. Really like that little engine. Really like this little bike. I built this thing about 2 years ago or so, and it's been my #1 fun machine ever since. Body's it's changed its shape ever so slightly. The tail used to look a little different a while ago, but basically it's been about the same. It's a little bit rough looking, you know, when you get close.
#1 street ride motorized bicycle.
Ghetto bike, right? When I'm going down the road, though, you can't see any of that. The bike looks great. Going down the road. So here, check this out. I put a tail light on it and a brake light.
This game, you're not ready for it.
Yep.
Battery's a little bit weak, I can tell, because that one light.
No, I closed other things.
But at any rate, it's on the front brake, which I have on my right hand, like a regular full-size bike.
And it was still,
Those blinkers are hooked
it's
up
on
down
auto.
there, but there you are, running light and brake light.
Good old Cranbeck.
The seat top used to open, but I've got that
It's
shut
fine.
now. It just, there's no point. I never
Is
used
it?
it. Okay, there's a quick look at how I did the seat on this thing. That's
I had a
actually
better
the
computer
spring seat
here for
of
this.
the
Yeah.
original Hyper Cruiser. Steel frame Hyper Cruiser. Real nice bike. Got it super duper cheap. Anyway, you pluck the seat off the top, put a board over it, layer with some foam, cover it with some leather, and there you go with that post that you were looking there that holds the tail on, and the seat can still move. Nothing special going on here with the bike, just a few holes and a mess on the bike. This is generally speaking the state of the bike. It gets a fairly high amount of use when the weather's right, and I don't generally clean it off a huge amount until yeah, I bet you that's on your legs now, isn't it? See, that was a surprise. I didn't realize I had it locked with an exhaust leak.
It's like the two-stroke.
Well, sure knowing now. Anyhow, that'll rub some performance. It takes away some top RPM and a little bit of your punch in the middle. I wanted to show you what's going on the inside. There's really nothing much to see. It's just foam covering over the side from the gas tank all the way down to the bottom frame. Here you can see a sloppy mess of hot glue. You know, this bike, when I put it together, I wasn't really sure how things were going to go.
Does not disc brakes. I
things
kind
on
of
it,
wish he
used
had
hot
disc
glue
brakes.
wire to
Yeah, because the rim
tie
brakes.
things in.
Rim brakes break so fast, or it's just. Yeah, they work,
Stayed as a permanent thing.
I'm sure, but it's just, it scares me.
I mean, it's a ghetto
Yeah.
bike, right? Every time I figure, well, you know what, I should finish the mounts on that and do something that looks a little bit better. And then I'm like, well, you know what, it's a ghetto bike. It looks fine as it is. And it's been holding strong for like almost 2 years now.
Wow. It looks really good. I wanted to see it ride.
It looks pretty cool from just about every angle. This bike is a little bit confusing, I'm sure, to most people on the road. Clearly it's a bicycle, or is it? It's quick, it has a relatively high top speed, it's loud, it has a large presence on the road. You kind of want that with a motorized bike. If you're riding in with the traffic, you want to be noticed. This bike definitely gets noticed. I'm not really sure what else to say, man. I love riding this bike. I picked up that fairing from on the windshield off Amazon. And gas tank too, 4-liter gas tank. I can try to show the underside, but it's kind of difficult. You can't see anything in there. Nothing really to see, it's just a hollow space. If you look on the side, you can see how the foam is sort of built out a little bit. Glued right to the frame. And a lot of guys laugh at that and figure that's going to fall apart someday. Well, yeah, I guess if it does, I'll just re-glue it. Because it's been holding for 2 years. Now, I don't really typically ride this bike in bad weather.
I have to pee.
It does seem...
Time to pee. Peeing time. Peeing time. What is that about? Oh, let's just wait. Oh God, I'm gonna pee. Oh, he didn't make it, did he? No. Forces people to pee, huh? It does. It's a commentary in Chinese people where they have a closing time song for when they're done from their factory work. They kind of force people to like ultimately pee. Certain people I, don't really maybe like some, but they end up immediately either pooping or peeing or falling asleep, that kind of thing. The guy shit himself. Yeah, and every time I fart, that person shits himself. If I'm pooping, guess what? Diarrheals! Diarrheals! If I do Okay, yeah, no, good old die rules. Well, yeah, there's a couple other things in regards to that, but then we're just gonna move on. Yeah, they'll tell you if they ever want to admit that that's going on with them. There we go, that's fine. Is it gonna write it? Yeah, we're gonna see. Yeah, I'll just move that over to here. You can still hear me just fine. Ah, there it is. He's gonna write it soon. You just skip about a minute. Almost, yeah, 5:55. There's a leaning towards the microphone a bit for me. And further away, or I'm actually just gonna rest. I'm guessing you are reading books or something. Just gonna skip. Yeah, there are always scans, man. Well, that's the reason why motorized bicycles don't work so well. They don't attach to a transmission. Transmission is usually help out scooters a lot to be able to achieve good high speeds, even though they don't have a lot of power and torque. Yeah, you sacrifice the weight, but then you get more efficiency. Yeah. Get a good old scooter transmission. Hey, you know. Get a super turbo. Strap it to your little 49cc. Put in some fuel injection. Fuel injection. You only need one injector. What's the problem? Yeah. So why would I do that? Because power and torque? What is this? Yeah, try and get a longer stroke to bore if you can. Super turbo it up. Yeah, I always recommend this. Just FYI. It's like, hey, if you want to actually make this work, place in a little bit of coolant, like copper coolant line. Okay, so you need copper, aluminum, whatever, but a coolant line, or even a plate will do it. But it's like down one side, it goes over to the other side, that pump then goes over to a small enough radiator. It could be a literal computer radiator that's like big enough, like a double 240, or yeah, like a double 240, yeah. will be good enough, truthfully. And one single larger fan, which if you need it, it's more of an if you need it and if you need the pump. Right. No, but then I have a spark plug, and you have a stator to begin with. Okay, well, alternator, whatever they call it, a stator on scooters. Ah. Oh, okay. So then it's just an EFI. If you're gonna have EFI anyways, then you might as well just get a coil pack, get a little battery. I'm starting to see where you just rip a scooter apart. Yeah, pretty much. Stick it to a bike. Put a 49cc engine in it. Mm-hmm. Yep. Except you don't want this. Oh, you hate generators. I fucking hate generators. So like actual like gears. Yep. Small actual motorcycle transmission, or those scooter styles that have an actual transmission. Yeah. Clutch. You want to come work for us? I'm like, well, I'm already, yeah, sure, but yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Show up, I guess. Yeah. Right, yeah. Anyways, radiator, basic bitch kind of setup more than anything. Yeah. Like, it's just like, well, this serpentine, you're gonna have a serpentine for your super turbo. So it's like, well, this is your alternator, and then this is, instead of like this coil winding for the, that's a coil pack, right? And then you're gonna have like your tuner. No, you don't need it. No ECU. But okay, it's a Raspberry Pi, for what it's worth. Yeah, well, it's a stronger Raspberry Pi, but yeah, that's all it is. It's like they have a open source ECU auto, like tuning stuff, and so you can go to a engine tuner and try and make something of a pass and tune it instead of using jets and carbs and stuff. You just get a super turbo with a little bit of a pass through to an air to air with a ram air. So the ram air is going to be above and below or off to the sides. I usually tend to just do above and then off to the sides into the super turbo part, and then it then has a chance to go down and then over to an air to air that will then go into the manifold, which effectively it's the same tube that comes from that into the actual intake. Yeah. Screw two stroke. I'm all about that four stroke, man. I widen those little suckers. Look at the size of these stupid tiny little itty bitty valves. I'm gonna angle these fuckers just to need to, man, put a bearing there, and weld that area. Yeah. I'm a dual overhead cam this bad boy. Fine. I can find another 49cc. It's not that hard. I'll just fucking grrr this with some Dremels and stuff. Stick the right, like, dun 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 dun, hydraulic press or whatever. Get the right gears. Get the right, this is top dead center and bottom dead center, blah blah, markings. I've got my angled valves, port and polished my heads. Knife edged. My crank, balance weights. Got a harmonic balancer right here. Look at my motorized bicycle. I got a clutch and everything. I got my dual. That's right. I got my dual disc brakes. They're bigger. They're the bigger brakes. No, well, no, I can't do that. They're bigger. They're bigger bike brakes, but then they're kind of made for well, they're just bikes. But then at the same time, I have two of them, and they're hydraulic. And I got the dual piston with big blades. They're pretty thin. They'll cool out pretty quickly. Yeah. You have a belt? Yes. I have a belt. It's a motorcycle transmission, like a legitimate. What the fuck are you on about? Can't just shut up. It can't be done. It can absolutely be done. What are you fucking stupid? I have a fucking bicycle. It ain't pedals. Look at the size of my real motorcycle. Fucking 15-gallon. I've got a fuel pump too. I've got an electronic. Look at this shit. Look at it, all of it. I've even got my like little fucking tachometer. I've got my little fucking like speedometer. Got it all, baby. Brrr. Holy shit. What the fuck is this for Thursday? Oh my god, this is a big exhaust. Well, I have a super turbo. So it's like basically this is the. It's it is literally, yeah. It's a couple of tubes that I put together that I then had to braze in like silicon, high temperature silicon. So it's welded and braze welded, right? But it's a high temperature silicon caulking that can handle the temperature, right? But it's like also, but wait, there's more because this goes directly into the turbo. There is practically no distance in this fucker. It's like just enough to not burn. Which, how do you get a super turbo? Well, I gotta fucking open this up and get it, placed with an axle. So it's an axle bearing thing. And so, right, then I have to get an extender, effectively. Yeah, no, that's why the serpentine belt, that's a venerator. So like that. Wait, you have a venerator for your super? Yeah. Oh fuck. Yeah. No, it has like a little spring thing. So when it first starts off, it goes to a height. It's at a higher gear, and then it goes to a lower gear that will slowly get to a higher gear, and then that mechanically switches it off to the turbo taking over. And the turbo will already start trying to spool it up before that, so it'll just kick in whenever it needs to, and it'll be powered kind of like by the supercharger. Yeah, no, instead of having it automatically switch off, that was like more work. So it's just like, fuck this, I'm just gonna leave it alone. Yeah. Right. I mean, paracycle. No, I'm looking for the torque. This thing bigger than I really want it. Yeah. Yeah. It's like I'm looking for torque. You know what I mean? I want that torque. I want them extra Aries. It's the smallest turbo I could really. Yeah. Especially with the paracycle of like having an axle and everything. Yeah, I have to get that balance. Which that one wasn't too terribly insane, apparently, to find a person that's willing to balance that. Yeah, and weld it and everything. Yeah, that wasn't too hard. It was drill and slot, or drill and thread, and then thread it and then weld it. Yeah, a vacuum of all things, standard stuff. A little shocky, weldy. It would appear as though you still have awareness, and there's a little tube in there. Oh, so you have an axle housing. Yes, for the bearings that have to be there for the differential kind of thing for the gearing that we have to allow for the super part on the serpentine to still ultimately be attached, which like the super is a part of that, and then eventually it just disengages. Yeah. What's the spring? I have to. So as it unwinds, it's pressurizing a given type of air, and it stays that way. Once it starts spinning, because like the weights that are there will go back, right? And then it's like, oh yeah, it starts up at a higher gear, and then like, oh, it'll rapidly go back out because the weights go in, and then that's a vacuum, different type of spring pressure. No, I just have two springs. Yeah. Like I can usually get that done, but it's just not really usually worth it. Truthfully, no, 'cause it's like spring one is like, oh yeah, no, that's the uh, it engages off the weights, so it's like that's gonna be, and then it'll just switch from one side to the other. So it's like once it disengages the clutch that's attached to that, then it's like it's just gonna freely spin on a bearing. So like once it gets to a certain point in height, which will be, you know, effectively clicked there until like that turbo part, right, disengages its version of where that venerator is. So it's like, oh yeah, no, it's at this, right, and then it's like, oh, and then it'll go back down, right, yeah, and so like that'll change. It's given torque and all that, and so like it'll change where it disconnects, and then it'll just be a bearing again, and then the turbo takes over. Now it's more parasitic loss on the turbo part, but then, I changed the housing a little. I welded a little over here, and I welded a little over there, and then it's like a little closer to where the intake is, and this is actually cut out with an ink grinder and a Dremel, and then it's welded with a little gasket thing there, and so that way it's like, well, it's gonna take more time to actually spin and spool the turbine. There's a secondary turbo here. Well, not fully, if I'm being honest. Comes in the other housing, where it comes out, and then that then has to go off to the other thing. That's a lot of back pressure. Not really. It's a bigger turbine part. Or that one fall off a truck or something. It's the junkyard shit. It's basically the same size turbine turbo. Yeah, yeah. It is like the literal next size up. It's like, where did I find this shit? Oh god, they're like everywhere in certain things. Yeah, you never know what you're gonna find in a junkyard, but it's like, oh yeah, someone tried to do something with this, or someone tried to do something with that. You know what I mean? And then next thing you know, it's like, oh yeah, yeah, I'll just fucking strap that to the, the intake of this. And I go from here, or the exhaust from here, which I already had to like do that whole weld and blah blah thing. So like then that's, and then this is 1-to-1 with some gasket material in between, and that goes off, and it's like that's gonna turn something, right? And it's like, well, I already have to have this over there. Well, yeah. Oh, the axle thing. Yeah. So it's like, well, that'll just be a plate. Well, not really. It's just a gear to axle. Yeah. How would that? Okay, so the rear part of that, right? And then like this is gonna be up further, so it's really just like a differential, but like half. So like conical over to that. It's the same thing, which is then to the turbine. So it's like double, yeah, it's the same thing. And I was like that. Then for the housing part, yeah, because it went to a bigger, I captured a little bit more, right? And then it's like, this is just a big old muffler that I got off. It's a high flow resonator muffler, kind of technically. Not really, really. What is not really? It's a muffler that I cut off one part of it, and then it's on this. It's the flat part that I put it, and then this is the round part from like one of the resonator things I found in a junkyard, and then it was like, oh yeah, I'll just stick that right there to where the flat part's supposed to exit into. from some dude that crashed his car. And here's the tip. It looks cool though. Yeah, that came with that exhaust. Well, no, I mean someone's exhaust. It's the right size tip. Yeah, it's England. Yeah, no, I know. I'm welding. Yeah, I'm brazing. It's steel. I powder coat it a little. Bake it in my oven. I got a little heat shroud over it. That's the aluminum. Yep, that's the aluminum. Yep. Oh, you powder coat the aluminum? Yeah, 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 yeah. And I put plastic on the outside just in case. That way I don't burn myself. So I don't want anywhere near my fucking legs. Well, it's nice, like, it's. Do you hear the turbine? Where the fucking goddamn is your? Oh my god, it goes to the turbine. Yeah, 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 yeah. The blow off valve. Yeah, they have a blow up. Like that was actually pretty easy to do from the manifold to just like stick it into where like the little ram air is. And it's just like that's the blow off valve that goes off into like where the intake is. Oh, for the turbo. Yeah, it doesn't really technically spool it up, but it tries to get a little bit of extra of that pressure to recirculate, and then you're usually back on to the turbo. Like the gas, right, to where it would like go back in, as it would have to travel to do that. And so like now it's like, oh yeah, no, well, as that pressure, maybe a little extra, yeah. Well, because the air to air, intercooler, right? Like that has its own version of like it's kind of like a two-stroke because I have to bend it. So I was like, well, it's gonna be in this size of diameter, and then it's like slightly wider, and then it like goes back to the right side diameter that's smaller. That goes into the intake, yeah, which is it starts off wider and it tapers to that point. And then there's my injector. Nice little reservoir with the fuel pump, I mean, yeah, a fuel filter. Yeah, well, that's yeah. Fuel rail. Yeah, yeah, well, that's the fuel filter into the fuel rail, right, reservoir thing, which is the pump, and into that, yeah, which is the PSI gauge there. Oh, for fuel rail, yeah, okay, yeah. You have a harmonic valve? Why would you put a harmonic valve? That's so much extra weight. So I can do high RPM now. Like it's supposed to be at a high RPM from start. That's why I have a starter motor. That's quite significant. Yeah, well, I mean, kind of. Really? Yeah, yeah, no, it's supposed to be for like I think a 75cc scooter motor. And I like kind of trimmed down the housing a little bit and then powder coated it. And, yeah, but it's like, you know what I mean? It goes. Because like it's a bit of a bitch to really try and get this to kickstart. It's a 49cc fucking. It's a motorcycle. Well, sure, yeah, no, I mean, it is a bicycle. Yeah, no, it has pedals on it. Yeah, oh, you do. And a derailleur and everything. Front and rear, dual disc brakes. The biggest disc brakes for bikes they make. Regular pedal bikes. But I got two of them. With two disc brakes. Like right, no, we know about the disc brake, but the two of the brake pads, yeah. So like two, and then so one in the, that's 9 and 3. Oh well, really, where I could put them, yeah. It's like that spreads the load of the heat, and then I have the lines that go to that. I made them aluminum to cool them off effectively. Sure did. This is why these are they're for so they're vapor chambers, little tiny ones that you can buy for computers, and they're on the the brakes. Yeah, the brake calipers. Just in case they get really warm. They'll make sure not to boil off and become impossible to break. No, I got a brake light I bought, and I got a. Oh, yeah, it came from a scooter. It's an old Chinese scooter, so they are almost like free. You must give them away for free. Good old engine tuning. Oh yeah, no, that one had to be a different type of thing. So instead of kind of, yeah, I had to just sort of like make the motorcycle thing. Well, it's meant for a much wider vehicle. Yeah. So it's like in order to attach this, I have to do an entirely different attachment and then engine mount type of thing. Instead of like a clamp, I have to actually make the frame work for this. Which I basically found one that just has it sit in, but oh yeah. Oh wait. But it has like okay, so it sits into the frame. Yep. Sits in the frame, but then what? Well, I'm getting situated, so calm down. Sits in the frame, okay, which you have to do, but this doesn't want to do that, right? And it's like we have all these ridiculous gears that I don't need, because I'll really never be able to go that fast, right? It's like I really just need pretty large gears going into smaller gears, right? So I effectively played around with that, right? And so I lessened its weight and I lessened its size because instead of having as many gears, it's like, well, I need different longer gears with some of the shorter gears only as like towards that top end when I'm maybe going downhill or, right, on a flat. The tall gears are for any hills, any of that stuff, right? So it's like high-low. Basically, yeah. Not even gonna lie, it's like this is our high, this is our low, and then I have to cut it basically in half. The linkage had to be changed because I had to put the other gears up here at the top, and we had to. Yeah, well, I had to do the whole VI on that, some aluminum sheet metal that's a little thicker that I effectively just drill and tap and put some gasket material and like some Dremel to allow for the gasket material to really get in there. It's like here's some mounting, for like the bearings for the gears and then the linkage. Instead of it like being all these different, it's like no. This is a way easier way for me to be able to get it to mount that way. That's why it pretty much covers the engine. Like the engine's mounted to my transmission, which is mounted to the bike seat, yeah, or the down pipe for where the bike seat post is, going to go through. Yeah, like that's where I have to put that. They make them, okay? Like I'm sure they do, bro. But like this is what I got. A little fabrication. It wasn't. I mean, it's a Dremel, and marking some places and some tapping and some aluminum. Like it wasn't that insanely impossible. No. Okay. Yeah. No. Right. But it's like it's effectively mounted to the engine. Yeah. The frame and Well, I had to drill tap weld the frame too to allow for the mounting of the engine, which also had to attach to the head, and then the transmission attaches to the engine, which also has to attach to the frame as well, which that's a double attach point for that, and then for the spine, where the top part is as well for the transmission. Real compact. For it's worth. That's another reason why I was like, I know you think I might not need this cool engine cooler. It might not be. It has a thermocouple for what it's worth, and that thermocouple activates a solenoid, or not a solenoid, but a circuit really. It'll move that, and then it's like, hey, electricity, and then pump, just automatic pump. And it's like, well, I need a little bit better charging, just maybe, right? Maybe, right? Like I do have a light, right? And I have breaker lights, and I have mirrors, and I've got the whole thing. Okay, but it's like, just in case, yeah. Especially with the rods that I have to do. Like 4-strokes of those rods for harmonic balancing, right? That are in there. Yeah, kind of similar type of thing. Yeah, it's like, oh, I have to get this balanced anyways. So it's like, well, might as well do this. Yeah. Well, I'm putting a plate there to dissipate heat too. I can shave this down a little. I'm gonna basically have an electric pump. I don't really need to be super strong. No, not really, no. It was the belts that were the annoying part for me. It was like, I need to get thin belts, really lightweight. Like everything lightweight. It's a 49cc. It doesn't really make the power people think it will. You know what I mean? So, it's like the weight is a big part, and that super turbo was totally worth it for what it was worth. It's like, well, you know what? It works. Port and polish. Yeah, they make kits online to like make bigger, diameter, uh, you know, valves, right? Right, for valving for your head. So it's like, well, it's a bigger valve now that I had to kind of make. Yeah, but it's like, right now I have to angle it now, make it a little better. So it's like that's why I ended up dumping it in the slug. So it's made out of aluminum, just you know for the heads, right? So it's like I have to push that in with a hydraulic ram, and then it's like, right, but it's gonna be in a vacuum, and then I'm gonna try my best to braze weld it. I'm gonna drill in another place and put the bearing journal somewhere else, so that way I can get angled valves that are bigger, and they're slightly offset on the side, so that way that they'll come in at an angle and they get closer to where the piston cylinder sidewall is, and then I get buckets. I made my own little buckets. I was like, oh, what's hardened steel really? You know what I mean? Like it's like this. It's like a slug of this. Okay, so it's like, all right, I can do that. I just have to polish them. So it's like, fuck it, I can polish that. I just have to carve this out and then put like this thing for the valve. And it's like, I'm gonna put dual red cams there, so I have to put them over here. All right, it's fine, right? And it's like I got you know, earlier valve timing, so advanced timing. It's going to be at the higher RPM anyways. You know what I mean? Like, so that's going to be a thing. And then I got greater duration and a better lift. So it's like angle and in, and a little bit more scavenging, which is great because I'm already timing for EFI, right? So it's like, this will work just fine. No, well, I have dual overhead cams, but it's like they have to be in a different position. One's slightly offset a little bit further, and then the other one's kind of in the middle where it used to be. Like that allows for me to get that to be done with a rocker arm, and then it's like, well, I need oil and then oil return, right? Yeah. So plates are not a thing you think you can do. Plates weren't super difficult. It's so it's like bent like aluminum, yeah. So it's like aluminum bent and then some brazing and some high temperature silicone silicone caulking, right? Yeah, right. And then it's just making sure that they'll have barb fitting and some O rings, and so like they'll connect, and then it's just screw and bolt it in, you know. Oh, so it's like fill up one side, it spreads over to the other side, and then it fills up this side, and then once it gets hot enough, thermocouple will go, but then it'll dump itself into the. Effectively, it's a 240 so it's a 240 length, right? So two 120s, but it's right. So it's a two 120 and then another two 120. So it's a little square, which they were able to buy. Yeah, no, as a little square actually, like legitimately, yeah, they have those. So it's just like, oh, I'll just use that. It's just a bigger 240, yeah, 240 millimeter computer fan that'll run off of like a basic controller. Yeah, but you don't have a fan. I didn't really think it was ever going to be necessary. It has activated. I have seen the pump, when I'm really going for it for a while. Like, I've seen it happen. You know what I mean? Yeah. But other than that, it's like never usually warm enough. You did do things in the cylinder. Yeah, well, yeah, no. I mean, turns out that there is a way to take the. Well, I had to take it apart anyway, so it's like I'm gonna reduce the connecting rod like thickness, right? Made it some forged. It's like no, they don't make forged. And it's like yeah, fuck. So I didn't find that. But it's like you know what they do have? Yeah, powder coating. Well, yeah. So apparently they have like really stiff powder coating, and then it's like, well, they also have this slick stuff too, that's like supposed to be good at reducing friction for surfaces, like genuine like powder coating for inside of cars. So I was like, what is that made out of and stuff? Okay, I'll just do that. You know what I mean? I did the bottoms of my valves, so, and then the top of the piston head and the piston skirt, and then it's like engine braking effectively after I baked it in, and then I gave myself a tighter gap for my piston ring. So I found piston rings that had a closer gap to that, and did the whole offset with the little oil ring, and I added a dry sump kind of thing, which it still has an oil pump to begin with. So it's just like, oh yeah, no, I'll just have this little box of oil here, and then like that'll just go there with like this little girdle, I guess, piece, which was literally just like some aluminum sheet that I bent. I might as well just stick this little thing there, put a hole there, and then put a little vent at the top for the valve cover. Yeah, for the head valve cover. Yeah, it was just like, psh. It's like and then here's a little tiny little vent. Here's a little filter. Here's my little oil can catcher. It's so small. Look at this. It goes into the for the vacuum. Yeah, crankcase vacuum too. I had to do it too. Yeah. So it's just like yeah, little tiny. This is the smallest little can I've ever seen in my life. It's so small. It's so small. I think it was supposed to be for like a toy RC car, but it's like it works though, so I don't care. But it goes into the, I know. Well. You ever have to take that out? Well, yeah, no, I drilled a hole and then tapped it and then put in another actual, like, that's what that is. That goes into the dry sump. Yeah, ugh. It's not supposed to, well, it works though. I had to widen the oil for the dual overhead cams. Yeah, yeah, no, I have to cool that, and then I was like, "Nah," with the drill, then some Dremel. Yeah, it's like, here's a rig, here's the drill. It will just be, it's hopefully it's close. you know, it's got some aluminum sheet metal, and some, just trying to, yeah, to hollow out your camshafts. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was like, well, I kind of want these to be a little thicker on the lobes and, right, like widen them, right, yeah, and then make them a little bigger. So it's like, well, the only way I'm able to do that is if I can run some fucking oil through it and really kind of like make it a little less polished and then weld on. Well, not weld on. I had to. Well, I do have to weld on, but it's like I have to get the right tube, and then I have to bend it to the right, and then I have to infill all of that other area. I have to put in oil, little, and then recess it for like Dremel, and then oh my god, it's like a racing camshaft. I got bigger lift, and more duration, and they're polished. Shmee. Shmee. Oh, you have to balance? That's a part of the harmonic balancing thing for the camshaft. Yeah, like, so, like, it's like a rod that goes up to that. Remember, like, the serpentine belt thing? So, well, it has a harmonic balancer for the piston, then I have, like, a tiny, tiny thing for camshaft, for opposing, for the lobes, yeah. Yeah, so that way it's balanced, so it can rotate really fast. You pretty strong valve. Yeah, these are made for actual cars. I don't want valve float. So, like, that's what that was. Hey, get it all done right, yeah. Scrunch. Because I have to drill in, and then I have to take some of it out from the lobe, but then I have to also braze and weld in some of those areas. Well, if I'm going to weld, the brazing will heat up and fill that in. And that'll make it stiffer in certain areas, and then, like, I don't have to fully hollow it out, but it's still somewhat hollow. So, from the so it's a rotation like that. The harmonic balancer is another version of that. So it's like, instead of making a bunch of big harmonics, like that they have, like the big, right. Instead of that, it's like I have to do, which that would be like a flywheel at that damn point. So yeah, it's like I can shorten the flywheel, so like flywheel mass changed, so that way I could get the harmonic balancing just right for camshafts, but also for the in between, and that way I could remove some of the material from my crankshaft, which is an iron crankshaft, from somewhere. I don't know, but it's gonna handle the weight. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, well, I had to. You put brass or something in that aluminum to lighten it. Yeah, right, because you have balancing elsewhere. Yeah, yeah, no, whole thing in order to have that lighter for the balancing over there, and then it's like, well, as it goes down to this part, it's still balanced, so it's balanced enough. Yeah, up to about 26K. It's a nice little 26K 49cc balanced engine that can really rev high. Yeah, no, it stays in a 12K like as a standard idle. Oh, yeah. Idle is 12K. It has a electronic blow off valve. Yeah, and then the ventilator is still the mechanical, all that. Yeah. Oh, that's just tuned with weights, and so I have to constantly monitor the weight thing, and I have to cool it. That's why it happens to have holes in certain areas to help with cooling. Yeah. Those are thin as fuck. Yeah, no, they are. Yeah. They're about as thin as I can really make them. Yeah. And instead of like scooter ventilators, which are massive for something this size, I have to find like these little tiny ones, and they're online for what it's worth. They're for like little scale replica RC cars. Just have to get two of them with the spring thing. Yeah. So that way it starts out large, goes small, goes back to slowly going large, but then this pretty much always stays the same size until it fully disengages that clutch, and then like that'll be taken over by the dual turbines, and then the turbo take like full turbo, right, but then it's like that'll slowly change its version, but it's a good way to put it is like that's kind of making it so that way it runs the alternator and the pump, like the water pump, separate. Yeah, so it'll add in from the water pump into like the crankshaft until it eventually fully just sort of disengages. I've it does, it will, yeah, it'll disengage, but then that will engage the supercharger part again, but it's at a higher, you know, oh, right, higher gear, and this is at a higher gear, so then, like, that'll slowly go and add its torque, so it's, like, really high gears, but it's gonna RPM, like, super high RPM, right? Yeah, so, because it's a turbo, so it's like, that's just gonna try and add that torque back into the crankshaft through that serpentine, yeah, which is fine, for what it's worth. The blow-off valve, it's like, well, it basically, unless the RPM is seen to have dropped, and that, PSI is at that level, and it goes beyond that, then so it's effectively what it's really doing. So it's like that, like, blow-off valve that's electronic has its own solenoid. So it's like that won't really actually blow off anything. Instead, it'll just alter the ventilator for the supercharger to dump into the serpentine that allows for the crankshaft. What kind of torque are you getting? A fairly good amount of torque. What is it? That's 17 foot-pounds of torque. Yeah. I put a little ethanol in it just for clarity, because I'm able to distill it a little. Yeah, I mean, a guy like you with all the fucking knowledge, yeah, well, it's blueberry. Yeah, no, it's either week old, like, I didn't get to that fruit fast enough, or I didn't get to this, veggies, right, that kind of thing. And it's like, oh, I'll throw it in to like try and make more sugars with certain bacteria, I guess, basically. Yeah, it's like, heat it up with the sun, and then here's some fermenting from, once it gets down to a cold enough temperature. Yeah, it's like, here's some yeast. Do 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 do. Pour it in. Yeah, it's by volume. Yeah. Yeah, no, I have to mix it. So it's like, this is a jerry can with this. I fill this up, and then that's what I take home, and then that's what I'll use to fill it up. So that way I never actually have to use, like, ratios and knowledge of like what the hell is my gas tank at, even though I have like an electronic like fuel gauge that tells me exact literage instead of like a little gauge that's analog, you're getting close to low. Yeah, it works off of, I don't know, they do their own thing, but like I have a GPS with like a little, this is the size of my tire, right? Speedometer, and then the tachometer is a crankshaft sensor. So it goes up to fucking ridiculous RPMs. Yeah, yeah, no. 17 was around that 13K range. Not much higher than idle. No, no, it drops fairly decently fast, even with that spark plug and the coil pack and everything. I was like, oh, I was willing to like, put it up a little bit further and then like kind of weld that area instead of having it stick in. So now I have a little jet that fires out like the little Formula One. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, no, well, it's what it is. It's the same standard piston head that I got. It's slightly dished and planed. So it's like I ground it down a little bit, to remove some of that material, and then I drilled the bottom part of the skirt a little bit, and then like got out the Dremels, little cone ones to get, that, and then I got that same skirt stuff. So it's like, I made the one side and the other side, and then I had like the little shorter skirt in between those longer skirts, right? And the little wave guides, yeah. That way it's thinner, lighter, and then it's supposed to be stiffer because of the way we drill, or I drilled it, and others have done this too. Well, versions of it. Yeah, exactly. I'm just copying what they've done. It works though. Yeah, oh yeah, no, that's something I should talk about with the piston rings. So it's like I got those as close as I could really get to like the points where they are by filling in some brazing. It's like I want it to move very little. I want those tolerances to be very, very, very close. But it's like, well, I've already powder coated it, so it's like I need to get it in, but I don't want it to like not be able to move a little bit. I had to look up online. It's like, what is the reason for this gapping and it moving and all this other? I want it to get really close. I basically don't even want it to move. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so it's like, all right, so I guess I'll figure that out. And it's like, that's the gapping thing, right? And it's like I had to get it closer, right? Oh, E10. It'd basically be E10 at all times. Okay. Okay, yeah. But it's like, I have to get that tolerance with that powder coating really close, which is hard actually to do. No kidding. What is it? You think it's easy? It's not easy. I don't care what they think. Yeah. This thing is like, I'm gonna snap this fucker every fucking time. Don't break. No, no, no. It's nope. I'm gonna put in some lube there first. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, still not. No, no, I'm not. I'm not trusting that. Nope, nope. It's a little closer now. Yeah, no, no. It feels like it might. Yeah, yeah, there's a little bit of a problem there. Yeah, that's basically what I spent most of my time on, like getting these little tight tolerances. Yeah. Such a small little fucking thing. Anyways, but I had to round some of the corners. It was like before it was really sharp, but I have to round like the top of that piston head, like where the edges are, down to where the skirts are, right? And then same thing where the piston ring gap is. It's like that I have to round that, and then same thing with the piston ring. I learned that it's like, well, if I can taper that to kind of a point, and then I round that point down, kind of like a bullet nose, then it's like it has even less outright amount of contact with the sides. But then if I place in these little ding, 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 like little wave guides, like little round parts to it. So it's like these are slightly higher spots, right? But it's like that's what contacts it instead of like that entire ring. Oh my god, oh, there's so much. Or if I Yeah, no, so it's like there's little, yeah, these are just small little tiny, tiny little rings. So I have to let you know that these are real tight little tiny, tiny things. So that little point, little nub, that yeah, right, yeah. Well, I made it kind of like a McDonald's, like gold, like the arches, like the M. So it goes in towards that center a little bit, and then like these little bullet nose are offset. So it's like one here and then two on the other side of it, right? And then like all the way to that gap, which the gap was a little slight overhang, zigzag kind of thing. I had properly gapped. This is what they said what the gap was supposed to be, but it's like that zigzag, where it's got like another McDonald's on one side and this one fits in. Still the same gap, but it's like then right that. Then I have three of those because I had to carve in another one because it only comes with one, and I'm like, no. No, yeah, I'm literally that. I'm that guy. I'm like, no, it needs three, like everyone else, and it needs a fucking piston oil ring. Okay? Alright? So it's like, no, I'm doing that. There's like very little space for all of that, but there is enough space. And now people understand usually where it was like, why the hell are you spending so much time on your piston rings and your piston head and everything else? And I'm like, just kind of had to. It, did you really find a piston rod? Yeah, a crank, well, an old connecting rod, piston rod that was iron, but it was actually forged steel that I ground down and then welded. Welded, yeah, no, the right size with another type of like bearing or another version of the same thing. I was able to find online. No, it has to be the right wrist pin size. So it's like I had to make a different wrist pin size for the piston head. And I was like, well, if I'm gonna do that, fuck this shit. I'm gonna make a double wrist pin. So it's like I made my own forged. Turns out that's not entirely impossible to do a forge of like steel, right? And then like temper and all that, kind of like thing. So it's like I was able to get a double wrist pin, and I slightly offset the crank. The crankshaft to allow for it to act like it was perfectly in center, but it's over, So it's like, oh yeah, no, it's over, as it's already from its 12 o'clock, so it'd be like a little bit past 12, right? And then it's like all the way as best I can, right? It allowed me to get like the piston head to be able to stay in line with the double wrist pin, so. Oh, right, so it's like, okay. Yeah, it's slight offset. It's very slight, yeah. But now it goes to the right with the crank link and everything I had, to the right, top dead center. Now it's a lower compression to a degree, like than it started with. Like normally you want a higher compression, right? But because I'm running forced induction, right, I have to like do that. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, it's a bit rough, truthfully. Really? Yeah. Yeah. No, I spent a good damn amount of time before I ever even put this in uh, to the shop where I measured these numbers. There was like, oh wow, good old 49cc, huh? Gotta. Oh, you lightened your bike wheels. Oh, really? Well, they weren't exactly impressed. I did run tubeless. I had to run like tires that would be a lot less likely to pop, and I wanted to have like actual suspension because like holy shit. So the bike seat post, like it's a suspension bikes you post, like one of those decent ones that you actually really want. And then it was like, yeah, I'm peeing. Right, and then I have a rear soft tail, and then I have a front, which is really pretty, far forward. Also, suspension. Right, yeah. And so, yeah, like, if I'm gonna have to do this, I might as well do it well. Right. That's really what it turned into. The cowling and everything. Well, it's mostly just for aerodynamic and looks. Like, it's mostly just looks for what it is. So it's hard to get, a good looking bike. I have to do a little bit of this drilling and welding and this here and positioning that there and putting that there and moving this, So it's like, well, if I'm going to have to do this anyways, I might as well make it a decent bike. It's a bigger, longer frame. Sure-ish. Yeah. Still a single tube frame. And they make stuff for single tube frames that are the transmissions that I'm thinking about. But it's like, no, those are ventilators. I hate ventilators. I hate that type of style like transmission. You know what I mean? Like, it sucks. I want actual, I can move it with a clutch and whatnot. But it's like, I was able to figure out that whole solenoid action, right? Ding 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 ding. Kind of like a automatic, double clutch or whatever, like do 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 do, that kind of thing. But you can still put on a clutch, but you have to hit the button, so it's a button clutch more than anything instead of because I have pedals there, so I can't do that. Yeah, because it's still a bike. What is its top speed for its advanced timing and everything? I mean horsepower? Yeah. Well, 17 was at 13. It dropped down to effectively 11 at that 26K. Which you think is not going to be a big deal. It's a big deal. Yeah. 17 to 11, it's a 6 foot-pound torque difference, and you'll feel it. But you have higher RPM. Yeah. But do the whole horsepower calculators. You should know that. Yeah, well, real world versus actual on a bench is different. So that's what it really ends up becoming more than anything. Yeah. So it's do horsepower torque in foot pounds 11.578 is what I think it if I remember correctly. It said engine RPM would be 25,752, which is 56.8 horses. That's not bad. Okay, alright, well, that's not fucking terrible. No, especially when the low end torque is really quite present. Right, with a super turbo. Yeah, people usually do the whole delay thing for the super to try and spool it up. Well, that's still going on for what it's worth. During startup process, it's oh yeah, no, the anti-lag, combustion, basically, just in a little bit of scavenging effect for that starts happening. Yeah, because even with the generator and everything, right, it's just transmission. Yeah, it's a CVT, but it's I have to have that, otherwise that damn thing does not like to start up without so much parasitic loss that it's intensely shitty, to actually try and get it to work. It runs. Oh yeah, barely. Yeah, I know. Yeah. God damn it. No, yours is fine. You don't want to run it, you're fine. But Mine, it's just more consistent for that parasitic loss, and then it removes that parasitic loss a lot more as it goes up to those higher RPMs. But that's also another reason why it's like, well, you know, that turbo, right? The turbine setup is like, well, that's gonna still spool up, and then I'll add to that. Where's your torque going? It's kind of more fuel limited still. Yeah. Need a bigger fucking injector. Not a joke, no. Really? Yeah, no, it's not a joke. I didn't think it would really be able to push that kind of fuel. I got a crappy, like, um, I think it was a 1.6 liter inline 4 injector. Yeah, no, like from early 2000s as my injector for it. So, oh, which when you divide 1.6 liters by 4, 16 is then a 400cc injector, right? But then it's like it's not forced induction, any of that stuff. Oh, yeah, yeah. It shouldn't be fuel limited, if you ask me. What are your pressures again that you're running? Because you for sure reduced your compression by a lot. I can tell that. It's scavenged two-stroke too. Tell me how lean you're running. It's never been at all meant to run at that RPM. I'm not hitting big numbers. You are not making me destroy my engine. I spent a lot of effort getting this fucker to work. Advance that engine ignition fuel timing. You. Oh, he has 22 foot-pounds at fucking 2,600. 26K. Damn bitch. You know, honey, I told you gotta go for broke with this shit. It's 20, 22. Wait, 1, 2, 1, actually. Yep. That, is it? 26,056. Oh, that's what you're getting. 26. 153. Yeah. Yeah, well, whatever. What is it? Yeah, no, you do a little bit more work on that camshaft and everything for the balancing. Mm-hmm. Is it really balanced? Oh, yeah, I just balanced to like 28K. Yeah. 110 horses. It's two-stroke scavenge. Two-stroke scavenge. 110 horses. Yeah, from a little 49cc, that could. Harmonic, yeah, harmonic balancer and crankshaft shaving, knife edges, and all that. Yeah. That's impressive. Well, if I want to increase, I have to. Well, the crankshaft too. I had to drill through to be able to lighten its load, but also make it a little stiffer. And then I want to get more oil to the bearings for that, and I had to weld the damn connection rod anyways. Because I had to get like actually decent bearing, like connecting rod bearings. I mean, it's going to be this You just chopped it off an old. Oh, you didn't. Oh, yeah, it was a broken forged crankshaft from something that's what the connecting rod came from, and then with the double wrist pin. So like those are forged as well, but it's a 49cc, right? You took you took the piston head off the four. Did you sleeve it? No, it's just a really hard like powder coat ceramic. Yeah, same thing with the thing. I thought it was aluminum. Oh, it's aluminum. It's forged aluminum is what they were saying. I don't know what forged aluminum is, but like it's forged steel for the connecting rod, and then like the double wrist pin is like I just made that myself. They make double wrist pins? Yeah, they make double. Yeah, they've made it for a while. I'm gonna have to. Yeah. For the single cylinder, it's like I'm gonna have to make this little girdle anyways. So it's like fuck it. Like I'm just gonna offset it a little bit with like better bearings. Ooh, tremendously better. Yeah, especially since like the crankshaft basically had to be cut from like that inline four broken-ish. It's a much smaller. I'm not even kidding. Yeah, it's a forged steel. Yeah, crankshaft, but it's from. Well, it's yeah. It's a little tiny marine ski-doo thing, apparently. They found in a junkyard. Broke because they crashed the shit out of it. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it's a tiny little fucker. I think it was like 400 cc's. Yeah. Oh, it's not an inline four. No. Well, yeah. 400 divided by 4 is 100 cc per cylinder. Yep. I can shave it down. Okay, a harmonic balancer with the little rods I have to attach to that, right, for the crankshaft and everything. Anyways, for single cylinder, so it's like not just the. I wanted to, yeah, reduce the crankshaft weight, counterweights, because it's like it's only 49 cc's. So it's like I don't need it to be that big. So it's like I can knife edge this, and then carve out and then put in aluminum areas. And I'm going to slide it in and then effectively overhang, and then I have to weld that in, and then I'm putting pins into that are steel, okay, around it, that I'm then having to shave down, and beating them to overhang into a little recessed area that I have, and then I'm going to shave, yeah. Oh, I still have to cover it. Yeah, with steel. Like, it's not hardened steel. It's a mild steel because that's still gonna work. Yeah. This crankshaft's a little bit more than you thought, huh? Well, it's the right lightness, for what it's worth, because it's much lighter than before. But now I got the harmonic balancer, harmonic balancer that they usually use for four pistons. But it's like, well, if I set it up for these specific areas with these rods that go up to my camshaft anyways, right, that are vertical. Oh, yeah, they're vertical. Right, they run through. Yeah, no, they run through like little fins, and so I have to cover that a little bit. right? Right, that's going to be a stud, you know. Really make that piston head stay on there. And, well, if it's going to have a, length one, meaning horizontal one as well, right? Then it's like I might as well use that to my advantage. I have to get an oil thing and all the rest of it. Yeah, like it's literally a full front package that normally you'd never put on that. Like generally speaking, right? For a serpentine belt, and you have dual overhead cams. Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah, that's the Ski-Doo, right? Yeah, well, no, actually, it came from a 49cc engine that I just basically had to redo the heads a little bit to make that work. Yeah, no, I had to put a steel, you know, like sheet steel with the valve cover, but then I needed to have like the gasket material and all that, but I needed to do studs, like put it in and like really make them, be able to be torqued, and so I need steel there, but then I need it to also be wider underneath where the fins are, so that way like I have it really able to be torqued. Yeah, I'm not kidding. It's like the diagonal corners and then the in between the diagonals were my bolt patterns. Then you have valve covers in between those, yeah, for the bolts that go in that, and it's valve. Yeah, you still do have a little vent there. Well, yep, I run a vacuum through it, for what it's worth, but I don't want it to. Yeah. No, well, it's within that vacuum thing from the can. Ah. Oh, yeah. I did a lot of work on the engine. No, I know, yeah. 110 horses? The 28K. It's a longer stroke for any of you out there who don't know. I started with a longer stroke to bore a cylinder to begin with, okay, and then I made it like lower compression. So like it started around that 10.2 maybe, if that, like probably 9.8 or whatever, but it's more close to that 8.7, 8 point, I think 8 was the last time I checked it with the natural compression. And then, of course, you know about the angled valves that are bigger. Right, yeah. Bigger valves, angled, port polish, longer duration, sooner, with two-stroke scavenging. Well, yeah. And then, so advanced timing, for the, right. Instead of a variable valve timing, this is just sooner timing. Yeah, you know. Uh, yeah, no, it's more like checking it as I rotate the the thing, and so it's like, well, this is when this is gonna be, and then I'm gonna look at it, and then that's gonna, and that's, yeah, no, I want that around, and then okay, that's gonna close, and okay, so that's what I did. So I checked timing that way, right? Oh, you have much stiffer springs. Yeah, I don't want valve float, so. Oh, you already said all that. Yeah, brand new person. Yeah, I noticed. Okay. Alright. So. Alright. I need to rename this just a little bit. Let's see here. And then just finally made the video. So, this is going to be turned into a video. I'm then going to upload the other video. And that would be fine. And this is October 21st. It should be 2023. 3:12 a.m. to night at 8 p.m. Right, so Jesus, fuck, I don't know, but using ready. I think I didn't shower. That one, sexual inclination, physics, and response to news. I think that'll work. Design philosophy. Yeah, it's been a while, man. I've gone through all these. Anyways, yeah, no, it's absolutely made for kids. Well, kids can absolutely watch it. I wouldn't say it's not made for them. Well, for all of my videos, yep, they should probably listen to it. You know what I mean? But then it's like, if you get angry, or if I, like, you should skip or don't listen. You know what I mean? Right? Yeah. Right. Right. What was I doing? All right. So it's a slightly offset crank with a double wrist pin. Ooh. Oh, so then it aligns and goes all the way. Okay, so then instead of having like that suddenly very fast downward. What's your PSI? 15 PSI. Really? Yeah, 15 PSI for to start with, pretty much. It's E10. Yeah, well, E10 can do 15 PSI. Really? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, really, it's kind of starting around that 9, and then it'll go up to 15, and then the turbo pretty much maintains 15 to about that 20, 22 PSI range. Wow. Yeah, I mean, the double turbine part that connects, which is a whole thing. Yeah, I know. Like, because that's a certain size of gear to that ultimate. Like, this has to be added in to that one, which has to, right, which is basically just right off of that. Yeah. No, it's a whole situation, truthfully, because like that has to be from here, then that has to come out over here. So it's like, remember, like the intake, like it's like a snail, so it goes in like a 6. Well, like it has to go all the way over to the edge over here, right now, and then instead of having it perfectly like 180, or even, it's still coming out at the, with the fins that are there too, for the blades, I mean. Right, but it's like a little closer to where that intake is, and it's a little bit further over to the right. Yep, to the right, and then that goes off to the intake. But that has to have like a little axle that goes into that right axle. So it's like, oh, and then that has to with the gasket and everything. Because he's allowed. Okay, he hasn't. All right, it's my design. Yep. Why? Why would you even? He's recording too. I sure am. Uh, yep. So I'm moving a file. I'm turning something into a video, and then I'm uploading a video, all while I'm recording. See, the phone really chugged tonight, yeah. So I'll eat 22 foot-pounds of torque. Yeah, well, I mean, you're also pushing some serious fucking pressure with an E10 blend. Yep, that, this is a custom Vorton polish, and it's effectively a brand new engine. Yeah. Although, like, for the most part, it still manages to get everything done with just air cooling. Yeah. It's like, to bolt them together where it's at. like they still have the rest of it for fins that are around that, so it's like a little stiffer where it is, but like that's about it. Right around where the cylinder pressures are. Yeah, 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 okay. Oh, right, yeah, yeah, okay. For your cooler, yep. Ah, shit. Yeah, multi-layer steel gasket. Yeah, with more bolts for better. Well, studs bolts and with greater torque. So instead of like 15, there's more like genuine, decently higher torque. Yeah. Eh, eh. It's cross every time. So it's like diagonal and then up and down and across and diagonal and up and down and across and diagonal. You know what I mean? Yeah, same thing with the crank. Yeah, with the girdle. Yeah. Another version of that. Yeah, with the bearing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, it has to be connected to the girdle in two spots, which is really the bearing. But like, well, yeah. Yeah, but then I have the rods that connect to the head for like the counterbalance to the camshafts. Right, but then also that helps with the harmonic balancer being smaller, and then the clutch and flywheel are smaller too. So that way they can properly handle the weight and drag. So 13K is about, I didn't get much more, 18 point like 2 I think foot-pounds of torque. Yeah, yeah. It's a little engine that could, yeah, well it's too for scavenge. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know I get that. Well, in the Formula One injecting, well, not injector, but spark plug. Mm-hmm. Sprays it downwards and then diagonal off to the sides. Little jets. Mm-hmm. I just drill into the thing. Yeah, well, I have to first like drill tap that, and then it's like that allows for a small little chamber that goes up to where that really is now at, which is another little tube that I just put there, and then got the valve covers, right? Yeah, and then it's like then it's like this powder coating's already gonna go there, and then little drills for the tiny hose that allow for the spray pattern I'm looking for. Yep. For well, the burn pattern of that given burn. Yeah, which is timing that instead of off the alternator or the stator for the scooter, which is actually just a well. Yeah, yeah, no, it's not a small alternator. From a car, I can't do that. That's too heavy. That's ridiculous. It's from scooters, but it's a pack of that. But then I have right a coil, right. But it's like I have to have a coil at the top, so I have magnets at the top and then magnets at the bottom in between the two coil. Because that's how that. Yeah, no, I okay, right. They're in. Mm, Basically, I doubled it up. So I doubled up the packs and then I doubled up the magnets. What? Oh, I have a battery that I have to have. Is I have an ECU that has to run the electronic fuel injection, port injection. Right, yeah. And then the electronic blow off valve, which goes into the intake. Oh, then you have the double turbine, which goes into the super turbo. It's a super turbo, so it's off of the venerator, yeah, but it's the serpentine. I have a serpentine that I have to run all that off of, and then I have a electric motor that I have to run once the thermocouple heats up for the engine, and then that'll run the electric motor. But like the ventilator, remember that? Yeah, that'll dump it into the crankshaft, right? But it's like we have the pump, right, that normally is there, but now it's a dry sump, and then right, and then we have the coolant pump, which is running off of that, but then like that dry sump doesn't necessarily need to be run at that kind of RPM, and so like that'll run that off the turbo, right? So like everything gets run off the turbo, and so like that alternator stator thing, right? That runs off the turbo. Everything will run off the turbo, and then it'll eventually add itself into, so it takes off the parasitic loss. Yep, from the turbo, the double turbine part, the compressors over there at the front, and then we have the intake that's a ram air right at the front, and then that goes into the turbo. That's the compressor part, and then we have an air to air that's underneath the little square 240 computer radiator, right? For a computer, right? Right, yeah, yeah. But we don't have a fan. It almost never needs it. Like for what it's worth, the thermocouple works, but it's like only when I'm really belting it does it actually turn into something that's running. So a lot of thermal mass, right? But it has more than enough air. It's like I have a little like that, like little Ducati cow thing, and then I have a little light there, sure, but and I have batteries and all that, but right, yeah, I have a nice little. It's aluminum. Yeah, no, it's just aluminum with some plastic, and it's powder coated to look a little cooler. Right. Yeah, it's just shaped and bent a little. Right. No, you already have dual front and rear brakes. Yeah, I have to have them. And you have dual brake calipers with a vapor chamber on the each caliper on the outside where air is gonna go to. Yep. Uh, Here's a transmission to the rear, which is a belt driven thing. It's like that's from a old supercharger. Yeah, well, I had to cut that supercharger. Yeah, that's the gearing, so it's like an old gearing, size supercharger, but I have to cut it down to the belt size that I'm looking for. So a real small belt, and then I want to make sure it doesn't get unlubricated or too much dust or any of that. So it's like that's covered with like the little right, the aluminum and all that. Yeah. Same thing with the bag chain. There's another version of like, well, there's a little bit of oil here, and it'll take a little bit, and that's why the the rear and the front are for the derailleur area, all that, the different gearing. It's covered, but then it's like got a little bit of oil in one part, and then I have a chain tensioner for that, right? A bigger tires. They're only 26 inches. I was unwilling to go bigger, especially when it's like, oh, I have to actually get this to be really likely to not pop. So that means tubeless, but also not just tubeless. They're a type of tubeless that is more like an actual motorcycle tire that's rated for going higher speeds, along with the rims and the spokes, right? So I have to get spokes and an axle and all of that has to work with this. That's why it's built to actually seemingly go the speed that right, like it looks like it's built to actually go fast. Well, it's mostly from the idea of the transmission, right? Right, it's like, well, it's a motorcycle, so let's shrink it to a single tube frame. And then, well, if I'm going to have to get a solenoid thing and then move the gear ratio and change this anyways, and I have to stack them above, and I have to have that go to like the belt thing, and that has to be covered, and I have to put the thing, and then this is where the mount. Okay, so that's where the mounted. engine mount's a part of the bike, so I have to drill, tap, weld, that kind of thing. Right, yeah. Right, but it's got a top one, it's got a one on the other tube, and then like the transmission is for the part where the bike spoke or the bike seat post is. Right, but then it's tucked in there, and then there's a mount point for the engine too, and then it also has connect the engine to the transmission, and then also connect at the bottom and at the bike seat post and at the top where the spine is. Got compact. Yeah, I had to cut it in half and then stack it on top of itself, and then have like a solenoid change thing to be able to make that actually work. You know what I mean? Instead of, it still has a clutch and you can hold it in, but it's really just meant to be up, up, or down, down. That kind of thing. Versus like your little other one, which is for your bike, which is another version of the same like solenoid thing. Yeah. I was like, this one's your your bike transmission. This one, or motorcycle transmission, right? Or the motor, right? And this one's the bike transmission. This is the speedometer, tachometer, right? For your actual speed, and then there's a bit of an O2, an engine temperature, and then the rest of it's all ECU, right? And this is the digital fuel gauge. Yep, and when it goes to 0, you don't want that, right? So it's like, it tells you that, but I have a little jerry can that I get, right? It's a 13-gallon. Yeah, 13 gallon. It's a big boy, like an actual motorcycle gas tank that's a single tube thing. So it's like, well, I'm willing to fucking just put it on there, for what it's worth. I'm gonna go pee again. Ugh. Oh. Yeah, so as a result of all of this, it's like, well, I'm pushing fuel. Especially when it's like, well, it has to have going to that's the reservoir, but that's a fuel rail to the injector, and okay, right, and that's the manifold. Yeah, he did the whole thing. It's the whole package. Didn't talk about the piston. No, we heard all about those. That's why we showed up, because of those piston rings. Those piston rings are a fuck you, as far as I'm concerned. That's a less frictiony piston ring, I'll tell you that much. With way higher compression ratios than normal, right? Yeah, better gapping, better clearance. It's still like, this is what it's supposed to be, so it's like, that's what I did. Alright. It's a Dremel thing, a rig Dremel thing. So it's like, this is the Dremel here, and then like, this is supposed to be at this RPM, and then this is supposed to be at this. There's a really thin little plate of diamond, diamond grinding wheel thing. It's only supposed to be this, thin, and so it's like a diamond grinding wheel to a diamond grinding wheel to get it even thinner, like a knife edge. Right. So like, and these are the piston sizes that or piston ring sizes I can really get for what this is. So it's like, this is how thick this thing is. And I was like, hey, it's basically got almost no material, yeah, in between, yeah. It's still there. The material's still there, right? It's more than enough, but it's practically at the very top, yeah, where that, like, from the piston top of the head to, like, the skirt is. So it's like, it's really quite close. I have 3 of those regular rings, compression rings, right? And then an actual oil ring. Which I had to do all of those types of, yeah, all of them. I had to do literally all of them that way. In their own types, because like an oil piston ring is a different shape and all that, but it's, right, it's still gonna do the same thing, yeah. Okay. That's cool. It's 22 foot-pounds? Yeah, well, it's down. What was the foot-poundage at? So it's around that 18.2 is where the highest torque is. Instead of 22, it's at 26. You're pretty close. 25 is pretty close. 26.2 foot-pounds. Oh wow, you are. That torque, that parasitic loss, that's what kind of holds it back. But then, yeah, I kind of need it to even run the damn torque figures that I'm running at. Yeah, and then it's gonna change as it lowers the amount of parasitic loss that we're getting. And that's why it's at a very high RPM that's quite balanced. Lightened it a lot. Well, and then I added more weight in a lot of other ways. Yeah, well, if I had to, yeah, for the crankshaft, you have to hollow it out anyways, and then get it down to the right diameter, outside diameter size. Yeah. Oh, you had to put a cap. Yeah, for where the drill is that goes in. But it's like, oh, I'm gonna get the good old oil, increased oil. Yeah, because I want that. Yeah, I'm gonna need that. Yeah. Same thing for the piston rods. Yeah, the connecting rods, piston rods. Yeah. Oh, you drilled into the bottom of the piston head and the skirt. Okay, so then powder coating ceramic. Yeah, that's helping with hardness, so friction, yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah, basically it's on everything. Same thing for like the piston. Although it's a forged connecting rod, so I was like, well, it's welded. Like welded, forged welded. Yeah, I forged weld. I mean, if I'm forged, I'll fucking double wristband. You know what I mean? It's like, well, it's not that hard to reforge that a little. I mean, it's a kind of shape I can. It's a ball peen hammer. It's a little tiny. It's effectively that. Yeah, it's like a little tiny anvil and a little of this, and it's like just gotta get it done and to near the right shape, and then a lot of grinding, and then we have to temper a little. We have to quench and temper a little, and then it's like powder coating. Yeah. Oh, I powder coated practically everything I really could. It's supposed to look really cool. It also might help with its overall stiffness, right? It's pretty close to the right shape, anyways, and so we just more or less ground it down. But then it's like a little bit of reforging because it'll lose some of its, right? Yeah. So it's like it's close, and then this gets it closer, and then it's even the closest, and then it's like a little bit over, and then it's like really, right to the right specs. Yep, right specs. Especially since I don't really trust welding. Forged piston rod, forged connecting rod. No, I don't trust welding that. So it's like, oh, just forge welding it will work just fine. Yeah. So I have to do it anyways. Yep. And you have to change the journals. Yeah, see, but that's the thing. They were like, no, these journals will be fine. I'm like, I'm gonna get other journals that are made for the right thing here. Yeah. Oh, because they have to be smaller. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, ho, ho. Okay. Okay. Yeah. No, but they don't make them that size. Yeah. No. No. So it's like I had to make them smaller to make this actually work. Yeah. Right. So, about the closest size I could get for in terms of the angle, diameter kind of stuff. You know. Yeah, for the circle. Yeah. Oh, and it's can't really cut them down. So you can't really like. How the fuck did you do this? Well, I looked up how the hell to make that for what it's worth. Wait, what? Yeah, but that's what it was. It's like, well, if it's a bearing journal, like, well, not journal, but like, yeah, those pieces that have to go with the connecting rod. It's like, well, okay, so how do they make this way? It's like, all right, so it's this heating, this thing, all right, so I'll just do that. So this amount of heating, this amount of this kind of setup, right? They're all on the thicker side. You said, well, yeah, they don't need to be that. No, they're gonna need to be that thick. I got them the thickest I could because they're meant for higher pressures, right? So, where it's gonna actually receive that pressure, I left it a little bit thicker there where I drilled. No rifle. Well, kind of. I have a little bit of rifling, but not much. Yeah. So it distributes its weight a little better. Mm-hmm. The combustion, the pressure that it receives, it's going to ultimately curve it in, right? But I need it to receive that better as it rotates around. So it's going to be a little thicker on the crankshaft there, but it's also going to be a little bit it's balanced for that kind of thing. You balance? Yeah, I have to balance that. Yeah. How do you... I went to a balancing shop. Yeah. Went to an engine balancing shop. Yeah. It's a little tiny engine, but it's like, well, just go to a balancing shop. Yeah, they have engine balancing shops, so I just went to that. Got a little bit more professionally tuned. I got pretty close myself. And they got it better. Yeah. It was pretty close for what it's worth. Like, dude, you were doing 18 and we got you up to like 28, so we got it there. Yeah. I know. Yeah. Woohoo. Yeah, same thing with the camshafts and the lightening of the camshafts. Yeah. Dude, buckets on the oh my fucking god. Yeah. No, I know. It's hardened. It's a certain diameter size of a tube, hardened steel. Well, puck, really more than anything. So then it's just like grind it down to the right size. Yeah. Why the ever fucking love, man, is it does a very large amount of actual like torque and you know, it's got the low end grunt that I'm looking for. You know, 18.2 was really good at, you know, giving me that torque, right? Yeah, it's like 26.2 foot-pounds of torque ain't bad from a 49cc. It's super turbo and like pushing some fuel. Yeah, we're not fuel limited anymore. No, yeah. Well, they also gave me another injector. Yeah. Dual port injection. Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, there's also a bigger spark plug. They gave me so I can put 2 in there. Technicality wise 3, so I have I really technically have 3 in there. uh well, no, they're like, oh, you know, we're gonna go for broke, and I'm like, okay, fine. What technicality? He's just being, yeah. I am. They made me put 3 in there, and I'm afraid to tell you, I put 3 fucking spark plugs that are bigger spark plugs with a bigger coil pack, 3 coil packs to run that, because like they're 3 of the, and it's like, you don't need 3. And it's like, yeah, well, I got 3. So, straight up and down, left and right, and one in the center, and then the other ones are diagonals. And then, oh, they're diagonal. Yeah, they fire downwards diagonal, and then inwards diagonal. Very clean combustion with the scavenging. Yeah, 2-stroke scavenging. Well, yeah. So we overlapped that a little better. So I was able to get some expertise help on that for the overlap on how it is that, like, even though it's going upwards, I'm still able to push in some more air before it closes, which means I have a much higher PSI in that. But it's also vortexing because of the angles of those valves. So it's already an angled valve, but then it's like at a sideways angle that goes downwards diagonally towards the piston, the cylinder sidewall. Right, yeah. No, I can't do stupendously large angles there. So it's like there's only so much I can really do on that. But works out pretty darn well. Especially when it's like, well, I have a little shoe, so it's like a little sheath for the stem that allows for it to skip in there and start the process of like transition very smoothly into this and creating that corkscrew. But see, that on one side is the intake, and the other side is the exhaust, which it's basically right next to the intake, so it has to travel fully all the way around after it goes down. So like this one's more down where it angles in. That one's more sideways, diagonal for the exhaust. So like in, and it's to curve in. This one's more actual sideways. Right. Okay, so that'll help you with yeah, port and intake are slightly odd, for what it's worth. Yeah, but it works out. Yeah, no, I know. They're bigger valves too. Oh yeah, no, quite bigger actually. Yeah. Well, they have to tuck in, so I have to carve them with that clearance and everything. Oh, the heads. Yeah. Let's see. Inwards, so right, but downwards, right. It still has to be flat, but it's still quite angled. Right, right. But then that one has to be more flat, so it's further out. Yeah, no, you are all good. It's hard to explain like diagonal it's a diagonal, so it's like an angled diagonal that goes inwards. That then, because of the angle, it then like gets pretty close to the sidewall, but it doesn't touch, right? But it's not a curved. It's still a flat poppet valve, but it's like the top of the head has to have spacing for the spark plugs. Okay, so you already like really know where those are in a diagonal for what it's worth, right? Versus the one that's straight vertical in between these. And I have to keep that vertical because that's good. That's a good thing to do, right? But then it's like that has to be able to go upwards, and then I had to like so you have to put a plug in there. Well, there's material there, but for what it's worth, yeah, a little. Yeah, I have to change where ultimately the gapping and everything is to allow for that to really work for the valve angles, but also the valve sealing and seats. But yeah, that's a Dremel, but then also a drill, and then a rig for holding the thing, and then like getting it, to the right thing. And I have to place in the bearing journal at the right angle, and then I had to make my own version of a valve. So it's like these are steel valves. It's a stainless steel, hardened stainless steel valve because they have a fatigue limit. But they're effectively just tubes. Yeah, well, no, they were just tubes. I filled them with oil, like hydraulic fluid, I think. That's in a lower pressure environment, and so, like when they get to a certain heat, they'll cool off, right? Yeah, which is a good thing. We're gonna want that, but it's like that way the bucket that goes onto these valves, and that's why it's positioning for the made longer duration lobe and lift increase. Yep, for the camshafts. Yeah, it's like there are rocker arms on this, just FYI, so that way it works that way, and I can press it at the right angles. Oh, there's no like extra variable valve timing or duration or anything. It's just buckets and lobes, because it's going to pretty much just do what it can do, because it's a 49cc engine, so I didn't really want to like really go that fucking hard. It's not necessary. You wouldn't get much more, would you? Maybe keep the torque a little bit at that top end. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, guess what? The rod is coming in. Yeah, great. Yay. More work. Pretty much. Yeah, that's okay. I'd do it. I really don't mind, actually. That's fun. And you meet friends and you want to do it, right? And then that's like a bunch of YouTube videos. That's super fun. Yeah. Yeah, it's polishing, all that. So, bearing journals. Yeah, with the rod, with the right, like, little movement with the rocker arms. Yeah, little slide thing. Eh. Okay. Variable valve timing, duration. Well, it's mechanical. It's not super variable. It's just gonna go with the rotation, so RPM speed of the engine. So it starts at this, and then it's like kind of like the venerator thing, except now it's more like a spring and gearing. So it's like a given vacuum, and then like a given gearing. I can't give away everything. Yeah, no, I know. It's like as it rotates, it spins up, and I don't know how you do it. The spring, the vacuum, is what stores it to go back, and like that's the given resistance, which will change its given change of where the gear is, vacuum tube line, yeah. Okay, so it just changes gearing ratios, which also happens to move where the rod is. Yeah, you do see it, huh? Yeah, yeah. Then that means the rod changes where it's going to go and how it spins as it vacuum tube lines. And so, like, that's where the rocker arm changes its direction, where it happens to engage. And so it engages a little bit sooner, but then also that means it moves the bucket to have a little bit longer duration as well. A little slide. Yep. And you get a slight degree of lift, is what you said? It's very minimal. Yeah. I can't really do more. because it gets right next to the sidewall anyways. Right. Yeah. Well, the slider kind of thing lifts it a little, right, before it, and it's at full engagement, so it's just like a sooner engagement, so there's a faster timing, advancing the timing, but then it's like that lift is actually a little bit higher, faster, so like when you think about it around a circle, it actually means it gets to its top lift faster, but then it maintains its top lift. It's slightly higher lifts, but then it trails off. Because we just added a little bit of a, well, well, yeah, we can't tell them. It's a whole thing with the rocker arm. Eh. So the rocker arm has a little bump, like a bump stop on a fucking prop plane. Just, he's having an issue there. But yeah, no, so it's like that allows for it to change where it engages and how deep it engages. So it's a little bit more of a lift, like a tapering in certain areas. Yep. Change the valves out a little bit. Yeah, a little. Yeah, kind of had to. Stainless steel still. I mean, it's stainless steel, like, type of sheet, right? And then you have to, right, well, if you want to hollow it, it's a little bit more annoying. So, we thinned it out. And instead of stainless steel, we're using forged aluminum. They're hollow forged aluminum. With the ceramic and everything. Yeah, it's lighter now. And it's colder for what's worth because it transfers its heat faster. Oh, they're thicker stems at a different angle now, which happens to have a little shield over it until it gets to the valve, which before the valve was a little bit more exposed, and so now like we get coolant, from the oil, right, around that, but then it's like it's an inner and then an outer, which allows for it to have a vacuum versus like where it's actually going to transfer over to where it's going to get cooled. Oh, in the engine like block, yeah, that, yeah, no, instead of the stem being that, so it's a thinner bearing journal too for the stems, much closer tolerances. It has oil that's still there, but then I wanted that to be sealed, so we have an O-ring. That's what that is, yeah. Oh, it's a sealed bearing journal. Yeah, a lot more sealed. I'll put it that way. Yeah. It's a single cylinder. What more, like, actually did you get? Uh, 32 foot-pounds of torque. We got better timing for the two-stroke scavenge now, and a better offset. It's basically better everything. Yeah, yeah. That's it. Yeah. No, I can tell you, it's just like there's less friction as a result of everything that I did for that. And instead of the powder coat, it was like, well, there's nothing saying that I can't just get like a fucking way harder seal sleeve to put in that it's thin, and then light enough, and then bolt it, recess bolt, and then cover it with a very strong, very hard material, just like with the piston heads now at this point. So like the diamond like carbon. Well, that's kind of what that is. This is like a blend of like what's off the shelf. So like what they already have. Yeah. No, apparently like what people already are using. So it's just a really, really hard, much closer tolerance. Still the same piston rings. Yeah, oh yeah, no, we didn't do anything with that, yeah. But now it's like way less friction, like, especially with the rods before, it's like, oh, I can thin out those rods, hollow them out, then like the little coverings, that's all I need, like one little area for it to really kind of maintain itself. Because I have one at the top and one at the bottom and then one in the center. And like those bearings now are thinner, lighter, everything's thinner, lighter. Got an actual real camshaft. Yep. Like what, custom ground or whatever. Well, it's pretty close to what that is. It's a lathe. Instead of like, yeah, really much tighter tolerances, we'll say. Less friction, tighter tolerances. We got rid of the tensor, tighter, bigger springs. We used air pressure springs, like they do in Formula One. Yeah, okay, and then like we use the pulse tube cooler with the oil, so it's like because now it's a vacuum spring instead of like air pressure spring, but it's like then we have a air pressure and a main center area, and then like that's another version with the vacuum spring for it to go back, right? Well, yeah, so it's like anyways, right, like we did with the variable valve timing, yeah. So it's like we did all of that together with like the because the buckets are there, so for what's worth, that makes total sense now. To have like the variable valve timing, variable valve duration, and variable valve lift that's mechanical, and so it's like it'll only have this curve, right? And so like we can change that, but it's like it's only this. It's not going to be really variable. It's going to change and get better, but it's really only that. Right? What you want anyways, yeah. So, no. Apparently the E10 is fine, truthfully. I know. Like, I was not pushing pressures that I could have. That's a good way to put that. Yeah. They got bigger ventilators for me. They're slightly bigger. I know. With a better gearing system and setup. So they're not technically ventilators. No. It's a clutch and then like a change. Well, so it is. It's gonna dynamically. So it starts off large and it goes really fast to small, and then it goes back up to large. Gearing setup for it, but it's more of an actual like belt driven, kind of like the ventilator. But he designed an old ventilator that's actually like a double hourglass. So it's like a ventilator instead of a ventilator. And so they'll slide and they have teeth now, yeah. And so then it has a limit where it can't go above a certain point. And so it starts large, and then because of the little, basically it's an immediate spring pressure that it has to resist. So like this is already closed. Or well, it's already got pressure, right? So like when it starts up and it engages, then it'll spin it, engage the clutch, or how does that work really? It's a spring pressure, so like at first when it does that, it like has an automatic just take a certain given amount of stored energy, and then it like compresses it to a larger, and then like another spring basically just goes yeah no, and then resist me. So it'll vent that or something. Pretty much, yeah. Well, it's a real pretty much because it's like, well, this will store it as a spring somewhere else. But it's like, it'll take that resistance from this when it starts and it engages that spring instead once it knows that it's running. It's like it'll, and then it's going, that kind of thing. And then it has a manual to like re-engage it to like an actual higher gear if it doesn't start. So it's off the the starter motor. Yeah. Instead of like this double spring and all that. Weighs less now because it's vacuum stuff with a pressure cylinder that's a part of the bike frame. So Okay. That's cool. That's really cool, actually. Thanks, man. Yeah. Hey. It's pretty high pressure. Yeah. Yeah, it genuinely is 2000 psi, isn't it? No, it's just a grand of psi. Well, Anyways, it runs at a much higher heat. Yeah, well, I was being conservative with like all of it. They did not care about conservative. Well, you have better materials now. Well, that's true. I'm just worried about it failing. I think it was meant to just be something I run with for a while. Yeah, but like, all right, 32 foot-pounds of torque. Turns out it's more towards that 20K, and then we are pushing all the way up towards that 27 6. So, and then that's 32. Well, we're maintaining it up to about 30. Yeah, 30 foot-pounds of torque oh my god, yeah. We're pushing that fucker as hard as we can. Yeah. Yeah, most of the materials are the same standard materials. It's a fucking 49cc. Longer stroke. You know about all the shit? No, I do, yeah. It's got it. Yeah, well, now the girdle is a real strong girdle. It's a, it's a real, actual, like, hardened steel girdle. Balancers. Yeah, so the weights and everything was like, well, we didn't really need the weight to be that much. No, it was mostly about making sure it was balanced on the harmonic sides, the side to side. Normally it's like never necessary. No, no, I know. Yeah, like why would you? Right. Why would you do it? Because it's like, well, there's a side over here and there's a side over there, and it's like there's something there, and it's not really necessary to other people, but like for me, it's like very necessary, especially with the camshafts that need to be balanced instead of like off the crankshaft. Now it's just side to side from crankshaft to crankshaft, where it's like this will now suddenly be, this way and that way, and this way and that way, and this way and that way. So it's like as it goes, and then So it's kind of like the same standard, right? The same thing that we have for the what was it called again? The piston head. Well, the piston, yeah. So it's like the piston has the harmonic balancer, so we now have a harmonic balancer for dual overhead cams. As like they're effectively dual overhead cam balanced. But then like we have a harmonic balancer for the in-between that rests in between. But it's not pressing on anything, is it? Well, no, it's just in the valve cover. Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's like perfectly balanced on that side. It's like, oh. Oh, shit, okay, yeah. Why do you need it to be so balanced? Because we're pushing it pretty hard, actually. Yeah. Like, it is very, very hard, the push that we were pushing this thing. 28K is pretty fucking far, right? Yeah. So let's just do like the basic 30. It's 30. Let's see here. What did we put it at? It's 30.522. Yeah, okay. 30.522. And then we're going up to 27,989. 162. Get 60 fucking 2. 162 horsepower coming right up from a 49cc. Better than the big dogs in the Formula One world. That's why they kind of showed up. say. Yeah. Oh right. Yeah. They go pee. Very, very quickly. They did. Yeah, dude. They showed up insanely fast. Really? Yeah. It's a. Well, it's on the YouTubes. It's for the valve technology like that. I wanted it to be rotation valves with my single injector, but we haven't done that. We're currently doing the research and development on that. Like, how much extra would that really be? Fair amount. How much fair amount? Should be closer to that 50, he says. Yeah, it's conservative. It'd probably be a little higher. Yeah. And then the opposed person, and it's like all of a sudden it's like, well, no, why not just get the toroidal going? And it's like that's really what that probably is going to become instead, right? Yeah, it's like two-stroke scavenge with the pop-up valves, standard pop-up valves, but then they're angled to really help that two-stroke scavenge out a lot more than you think. Port injection. He wants the port injection going. Nah, because I can't do it. You can do it. I cannot do it. Yeah, because you're doing direct injection. Yeah. He's doing port injection? Yeah, well, because it flows so darn well. So it rotates in the cylinder, right? You can't tell him. Yeah, okay, fine. Oh, you can't tell him, yeah. Damn it, motherfucker. Wait. So, goes around, exhaust is already, so it's still spinning in the cylinder, right? And then once that, it then continues its vortex, as is, going down further. A little bit past middle dead, right? Well, actually, because of that offset, it's a lot better, so it's like, basically it's still in line even though it moved from its highest position, but it didn't really actually get to its highest position until it moved over. Boom. Well. Right. So it's like that little swing end and everything. Alright, so better way to put it is we are a little bit further past the middle dead center where our power stroke still is. And so we want that full duration of power stroke for our two-stroke scavenge. So yeah, and that means we pretty much get pretty close to that bottom dead center. Yeah, that pisses me. Are you kidding me? Even a longer stroke, yeah. Yeah. No. I mean, I had to change the shape of the piston rods. The connecting rods, yeah, to allow for that to be a lot better. So I have a slightly offset piston or connecting rod where the journal is as well, but then it's also much skinnier. Yeah. So it's it's shaped so that way it'll never hit the sidewall, even though it's fairly close in. It'll never hit the piston top of the head because there's these little overhangs that prevent it from going too far over, too far in, which I didn't have before, but that was because, right, you just made the whole thing kind of just as a proof of concept. Yeah. So it's now it's well, now this little overhang on the double wrist pin makes sure it doesn't go over too far, and everything stays in line geometrically in all the right little ways for both sides. And yeah, a little oil squirter. Yeah, for the dry stuff. That's still stuck around. Oil squirter's fine. Yeah. Oh, it's not constantly. It's just a little valve. Yeah. Oh, with the harmonic balancer spinning rod thing. Yeah. Okay. Gearing. Yeah, okay, so, like, oh, alright. Harmonic balancer is your oil pressure pump thing. Some of that, yes, for the squirting too, for opening, and it has to resist. And so that acts like a given with a gear that happens to increase its more pump action for that moment. But then I still have to have a weight there, right? So it's like it's a smaller weight, and then I now have like also that oil resistance pressure as like my harmonic balancer for the squirting. Yeah. It's a stupidly complex system to me. Not to me. It was fairly fast and easy to do. We cranked it out in about a month. They gave me tools, like actual tools, and people that know things, or at least know other things than I do. Yeah, it was fun. Like for real. Like yeah, I am here, John Tyler. It's not someone else's design. It's mine. Yeah. Okay. So you would have done that. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. No, it's a little rough, but it's like I'm gonna do it. Yeah. No. Absolutely. Yeah. It's like a perfect offset for it now. Like literal perfection. Like past that middle dead center pretty far, I'm getting like a really good power stroke. Further duration power stroke for your two-stroke scavenge. Oh yeah, that's also why I push big pressures. Is it's like it'll dump it all into that. Once that scavenge goes, it's like oh yeah no, this is the soonest I can really reasonably at that point once that exhaust fucking finally opens. So it's like this is literally the most I can do, and it's like this is how fast I can really push the the advancement of that given like injection. So like we are super close on that timing. If it wasn't for the fact that it's going down and then it's like not going to be able to go into that other side because of the rotating vortex stuff, it would be a very different story, I'll tell you that much. Yeah. Yay, Jesus fuck. 20 psi is what it starts out, and it'll go up to about 20, well, 30 really. Yeah, really? Close. It's 28, 29, 30, Right, it's real finicky for the heating and cooling of the turbines. So I still kept them. They got real tools in turbine. Yeah, no, I mean, so far that's what that is. It's just like right off of that directly into. That's the new hourglass style. Yeah, inward from that, and then it's a Peltier, and then like that fires it off to the sides after it goes from that towards the scoop in the center, kind of ish, and then outsides as well. It tries to evenly spin everything. The outside curves in. As it tries to curve in, that also helps spin, right, as it has little stators there. Yep. It's like a double Peltier, but then like regular just turbine blades. Bigger turbine blades, but yeah, regular. Yeah. Right. Oh, that's cool. I thought so. It's one of my old designs in my notebook from back in when I was in a mental health hospital. I still have those notebooks too. Okay. I wrote them down. Date and time. Well, it's dual exhaust technically coming out of that, but then it's going down to a triangle into one. No catalytic converter. Same standard, but it's like right, like two into one, but it goes down into the resonator. Yep, down into the same spot for the same spot. Yeah, yeah. Well, it, it mm, it's roughly the same spot. Yeah. It's a muffler resonator, is what you're saying that is. Yeah. So it's like goes into a muffler that goes into a resonator at the end, which is still the same tip. So I just cover that, and then it's like supposed to go into here, but it's like that's not really super great. So if I have it come in here and angle some of this to be a little better, then like as it goes in, it'll diffuse better through the muffler, and soak up more of that sound, right? And then has a little bit better destructive interference for that. And then it goes to the resonator, which the resonator has an outside housing now that we put on it that goes back towards the beginning muffler area. That helps with that destructive interference. Oh, and then you have the aluminum with the plastic. It's still the same thing. It's just slightly moved. And then I have to mount it to something, so, and I didn't want to get burned. Right. Its sound was phenomenal. With the turbine. Well, no, the turbine also is like a big old, but it's a low baritone, but then it's a turbine, right? Yeah, and your compressor doesn't have the flutter anymore. Well, it didn't have the flutter to begin with. No. That's because I don't have a blow off valve that goes into the intake. It's silly. That's up to you. Yeah. You always dump it into the exhaust. Yeah, you could do that. I didn't do that. So all I did. Yeah, I know. There's less parasitic loss and friction and weight. Right, better gearing by far. No, the transmission stayed more or less. We just got better gears, like better gears outright. There's like higher gears and some of the medium range is just meant for it now. It's like, well, before it was like a little scooter thing, oh, motorcycle, yeah, maybe had like 20 horsepower. Like that's not the case. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's a lot more. So makes sense to actually have a decent gearing for what it is, and it's like, well, now they're gonna have to be thinner. Yeah, and be lighter weight. It'd be better material for that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, you can only get around height so many different ways, right? Like size, like just straight big gear. You know what I mean? Like you can only get around that so well, right? Yeah, no. That's a gearing packs. There's like shifting plates effectively with inside of the areas that I can actually put that. Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. So, yeah. It's still 10K is its idle. So, yeah. Yeah. You have another gear like Yeah, large. Well, that's a larger gear too. That then engages a smaller gear. That's gonna run like the startup for everything. And we got a way better. Yeah, yeah, flywheel clutch, like way better. Like that'll drive to. Well, yeah, yeah. Why would that be funny? Yeah, it's not. Yeah, no. But, no, the transmission hooks up in a different way. That's what we're saying. Yeah. Transmission's your flywheel, effectively. Yeah, that's a better way to put that. Yeah. Oh, but it's neutral and engage. We know. And then it has a clutch that engages that. Hmm. It still has bike pedals. Not anymore. I got rid of that shit. It's a fucking full just motorcycle. Yeah. No, that had to go. We got actual motorcycle like brakes. With they still got the calipers fooled by your fucking little vapor chamber thing. Yeah, 93 inline double. You know, better axles, actual rims that are like kind of mint for that. Yeah, yeah, not really. Wait, what? It's still the same. Well, yeah. Oh, you don't have spokes. No, well, so the tires, bigger sidewall, a smaller rim, wider contact patch. Still a bike frame. Still the original bike frame. Yeah. Right, but then like no spokes. Yeah. Why does that sound like it's? That's what you said. Yeah, but like. Uh. Mm, they're not. They're bike tires, like actual bicycle tires. Why bike tires? Yeah, that one's basically ran out of funding. Yeah, like these fit though, and they will work up to the speeds that we're looking for. Okay, yeah. They, no, that's what it is. Yeah. Mm. Puncture resistant. No, most things are puncture resistant. Yeah. That was why. Well, no, we can find them. Okay, it's fine. We can find actual, real motorcycle tires. It's like, it's not. You know what I mean? Like normally they're much smaller. Like 26 inch is big, right? It's like these are smaller rims, but it's a wider, longer sidewall, right? Oh, yeah, which is like they do, yeah, they make them, and so it's like I still got a good contact patch for when I'm leaning. Yeah, no, it still looks good, like for what it's worth. Yeah, that's a ridiculous dork. Okay. Super turbos, everyone. Super turbos. Yeah. Why does he keep finding people? Yeah, I'm well aware. Yeah, no, but that's a fun one. Really? It's a built fucking engine that makes no sense. It's a 49cc that makes ridiculous horsepower. Like, 90cc single cylinder for, like, Formula One made nowhere near that back in the day. And so, like, we pioneered a lot of technology here. No, there's no hybrid here. It is all E10 fuel, mixed E10 fuel, yeah, with big fuel pump and injectors that can run that. We basically have the same injectors. Yeah, basically, yeah. We just up the fuel pressure and timing. Yeah. Widen the nozzle a little. But, different not did increase atomization of the spray. Yeah. Ah. Right, you just screw on a cap for the injector or something. Yeah, yeah. So it's like another, like this is the pressurized volume. That's a pressurized volume. Remember the fan into the fan. So it's like the funnel to the funnel with the, like the other one behind, and that goes into with the little stators. Right, and the little scramjet thing. So that way it goes. But then it's like now it's going into what is effectively a destructive sort of spray pattern. So it's like these are jets, multiple jets that then spray into and then try and atomize at very high pressures the fuel. Yeah, but I don't want them to create a heat. So, oh, yeah, no, like fuel can create heat when you try and atomize it, really, and then there's air there, so I don't really want to do that. So, it's like doing it in a way where it's like we've got an outer one and an inner one that then are, normal, regular. Well, they're more atomized, but then it's like they're traveling quite fast, and then they'll hit each other again, and then try and vortex, yeah, in a way that makes it like curve, side, and crash into each other, but then also like do a log. So it's like kind of pretty fairly chaotic, but then it's fairly controlled, right? So it's like they spray like kind of like a jet engine into it, but then like they with a little wave guys and vortex, so it does a little log, and then a log will collapse on itself, kind of like a dolphin ring underwater. But then like it also has these little vortexes that are there too that are gonna suck that log together into each other and then try and atomize everything again. Oh, so it's taking its speed and then it's ripping it apart. So it's like doing basically, yeah, a big, huge. So it's like really fast, right? And then it's like, oh, we want to expand that volume really fast suddenly. A Jules Thompson sort of effect. Yeah, kind of like that. But, and not using pressure changes for volume. Although there is volume there that's changed for what it's worth. It's mostly the speed of it that's doing it, yeah. And the pulses, the way it does it. Like, that allows for that resonance to create that given effect. Like a spike wave, pulsy, continuous sort of spray. Yeah, it works. I know. Yeah, I know you know. You don't even have to worry. You can see it in your head. Yeah, I did back in the day, yeah. Works just fine. Wow. It is quite atomized. Practically a vapor at that point. Yeah, and then the rest of it, like, sticks to the sidewall and then vaporizes and very efficiently air-fuel mixes. Well, now we're at the 30K PSI. Yeah, you got the tires? Yeah, we got tires. Different sidewall. We had them put on. What? Yeah, it's a little squishier. Remember, it's still a bike, and the tires they weigh more. Just, you know, that in general they weigh a lot more. Yeah, which I don't really like. Like the rims, I don't like how much they weigh. I don't really like how much the tires weigh. So it's like we're basically getting around it by having the sidewalls like changed somewhat. That way they're a little squishier, a little softer. And then it's like where the contact patch is, we want that to also be able to be very puncture resistant, but then, you know, remove some of that just a little with how it is by using, instead of steel, they wanted to use steel. I didn't want to use steel. It's mostly what street use anyways. So, it's like they're Kevlar with like fiberglass. Kevlar fiberglass. Yeah, with carbon fiber. Kevlar, carbon fiber, fiberglass weave with the standard tire rubber. Yeah. So, yeah, it was custom order. I mean, we're gonna fucking have to spend the damn money. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I don't think you know how much like actual like just surprised how okay everybody was with doing all that by that point. It was like, oh, okay, all right, I don't, like the rims are really thin, for like super thin fours, like they're light as we could really reasonably get for what it was. Yeah, yeah, I know it's good. The rims are fine. Um, I just didn't like how like heavy the tires would be if we wanted to get that, right? And then everything else, it's like it's a light bike frame for what it's worth. Like now it's a nice constant like, and then the bike seat post. Yeah, that's well, no, I'm not getting rid of that. I know you're not. Yeah, well, it's a genuine motorcycle, but it's like, right, I got all the suspension, real nice suspension. It's a really fun little ride. I love it. Yeah. It's a much more done up, compact. It actually looks professional. Genuinely, yeah, yeah. Monochromatic. Nah, well, some of it is. Yeah, it's another version of some of it's black, some of it's white, some of it's red, some of it's this. It's a little bit of an amalgamation of like a lot of colors. Yeah, it's fine. I don't really mind. It's great for what it's worth. We tested the brakes. Ooh yeah, nobody tests those things, especially when it's. What's your top speed? You say there? Over 200 miles an hour. Well, with how light everything is and the power I've got, well, sure, it's only 30 foot-pounds of torque. I got 28 damn RPM. I mean, 28,000, roughly RPM. It's like, so. No, I can't do any lift. Like it sure has that torque, but it's and it's light, sure, but it's like I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, there's no dumping anything. There's no quick on this. Like that torque is a, and it's like it's gonna zing. Well, ding. You know what I mean? Like ding is a better way to do it with how fast it goes. Yeah, but it's like I'm not really looking to die, right? So yeah, no, none of that's like a thing in terms of, I mean, there's a delay throttle. There's a dead throttle there, so it's not gonna let it do that until it gets to the right RPM and in terms of speed here, and it'll give me a wide, like open throttle response, 1-to-1 kind of stuff. It's a yeah, I'll tell you. Yeah, no. So it's, remember that vacuum thing they talked about with the Oh right, like the exhaust. Yeah, it does that with the turbine now too. Okay, but then for the right where the exhaust port is, right, and then we also have the intake version of the throttle body. Instead of like it doing like a little turn, it's like a teardrop that seals up to it, and then we change that. And so like, wait. Right. So it's built from like where the intake is, or yeah, well, it comes off the compressor. Okay. Oh, it has a lot larger of an area around it that then goes into that tube. Yeah. Yeah, it's still like teardrop, but then it's like it'll seal up to that, and then like there's a big, huge area that then like velocity stacks into the size of the tube. Yeah, yeah, but it works really well. Like it flows insanely fast around that, like, and so like that little area is like our you know full, but then yeah, ah, jeez, okay, it's a it's a rotation thing. So as it rotates, it'll go backwards to forward. So that's the vacuum spring. Oh, yeah, yeah. So like it'll snap back with a vacuum, and like we're just rotating it backwards or having it, yeah, like screw backwards. Yeah. Oh, like a telescope thing. Yeah, basically. Yeah. You don't have that. No, no. Well, the injectors are on the sides of where the intake port is. So, they fire in. No, no, they're firing. Yeah, no. So like, it. Yeah, it atomizes really quite well. For what you have dual injectors. Dual injectors. Yeah. I wanted to get three just for the hell of it, but two was good enough. The same ones. Yeah, they're basically. That's why he said it's like basically it's the same, more fuel pressure, and then we have a little cap thing. I don't really need three. Three is not necessary. So yeah, no, it actually does help with the air coming in where it is. Yeah, so that way it helps curve it in, and then like that resonate. So like that resonant pulse gets pushed into uh, as it goes up into a little funnel that's outward, and then it gets sucked back in. So like it tries to curve that in a little like flute. So it's like this will go into that, but then there's like it'll skip over, right, and then that'll just recirculate for the most part, right. And there's like a couple of those effectively. So think like wider, and then a smaller, and then a smaller, and then by that time it's all just sucking everything in. Do 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 do. Ah, yeah, I see. Yeah, it works though. Like the Darwin funnel, right? Yeah, parabolic. Yeah, so take any air and then try and have it head towards the same direction. Vertical to like the windmills. Oh, but like right for the resonance that goes off of that. Yep. So it's like small, medium, large is what they would go with. I went with large, medium, small. It's like it's a pressurized environment that's already firing in. So by the time it opens the next time, it'll just try and suck that in. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's a little rough for some people. Mm-hmm. Like a rattlesnake tail, yeah. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Tip, tip, That's cool. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Like, honestly, it's not like a diss. It's like, no, I do. It was fun to build that. Like, that's a perfect. Well, it's a pretty good way of recapturing most of that. Yeah, back end. So like, it always just recirculates back in. Eh, resonance frequency pulse through the entire RPM band. Mm. So, 32 foot-pounds of torque is what it is, folks. For 49cc. Up to 27,959. Yep. Where it's 30 foot-pounds. Yep. Yeah, 3 spark plugs. Okay. No. I don't like it. Force induction. Dude, I know, I don't care, dude. I don't think you get it. Like, I just wouldn't, it wouldn't matter. If he was getting 12 horsepower, I'd hate it. Because, like, I can barely get, like, anything off of mine. Yeah. Well, I'm allowed to do what I do, and I'm allowed to do that nicely as best I can. Why in the hell? Like, actually, though, why the hell wouldn't you do it? Yeah. Oh, with the exhaust, yeah, yeah, right. So it's like boo, and then it creates enough of a vacuum, and then it'll seal. And so it goes and then it's like and it's like got wider into that. Yep. Well, slightly changed in that area to allow for it to actually do that, right? But like that's super dope. It's exhaust valves that are just vacuum. Yeah, making sure it produces a vacuum every time. Ready for the next one. Oh fuck. It's got to be a lightweight. Yeah. 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 Quite lightweight with the little waveguide things that trail for the. It's like a teardrop, but then it's like basically a cone with structure in the inside to allow for the little waveguides. It's so like it'll. Oh, because it has little stators to allow for it to immediately. So it's more like it's just free floating, right? Yeah, kind of. What are they? Wait, what? It goes around, but then it has a big old volume area. But it's like I don't want it to be too big. It's like that's not what I'm really looking for, and it'll go backwards, and I'm not looking for it to go backwards. So like that tube, the teardrop, that's effectively right into the exhaust. That is what the exhaust is effectively. It overhangs. Yeah, yeah. So it's not connected to that moving part for the teardrop. It just slides over that. Yeah, no, no, no. I can't use a vacuum. No, it's going to be equalizing its pressure inside. So as it gets hot, it'll like dump a little bit of air, but if it gets cold enough, it'll suck a little bit of air in. Those, yeah, valve stuff, yeah, yeah, but like it's just a teardrop. Yeah, because that's fine. That'll accelerate it. little overhangs from the teardrop, and then on the inside of the tube, and it's a wider tube, and it'll seal just a little, so it's like, and it has to go around that, but it'll create a faster, so like a vacuum, and so I need it to wait until it knows that it's fully exhausted, right? Which is gapping, yeah. Yeah, what those little stator things are, it's a given type of gap system. So it's like, that's a given type of pressure inside, or is it? Yeah, no. I can't have it be pressure. I don't want it to have resistance. So that's why the teardrop, like the very end of the teardrop is hollow or something. It's gonna open up like a valve for your heart, like a 4 thing. Oh, and then there's an overhang that will take whatever's in that and suck it out, and then it'll open, and then like it'll close, and it's basic gaps. Mm. So it goes really fast around that. Yep. It's sealed. Oh, I know. I mean, it's sealed. Ready for the next exhaust push. Psh, 2-stroke scavenge stuff. Right. Oof. Quite a bit more vacuum to the exhaust. Yep. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Explodes out practically. Detonation, yeah, that's vacuum pressure that I'm saving. And so it goes, you really come out. And then it goes like, oh yeah, no, I'm going out now. Yeah. It's like, oh, I'm rushing, and then I'm filling this vacuum, and now it's like, no, there's no technically any more vacuum here, and so it goes, ah. Oh, because inside that chamber, and then it's rotating outwards. Yep. And that'll seal it. So it's like, oh, it's like, but it goes into that, and then it goes into, and then like that's close. So it's like, so where the turbine that goes into the Peltier, like, remember that little overhang? So it's like, and that'll open up like a valve for a heart. There's like this little tail section, right, that'll close in with hinges, right? And so like then it overhangs into that, and then it'll go back up, but like that air can come in a little bit, right? But like it has an overhang, and so it'll suck it out, right? And then it's like, right, and then that already has more of a vacuum, and then this is already then pulling it out, and it's opening up that tail, and then it's closing off that valve, and then like, should there be pressure there, now it's filling up that volume, and then it's like, well, I can't really do anything here because it's gapped. I mean, it's sealed to where the turbine is. Oh, and so like whatever that pressure is that's there, it like tries to equal itself out. Well, it can't go the other way, but it can go back into the turbine, which will spin, and then have less, and then it'll have then also started opening up that valve for the exhaust, which will then have a lot more of a vacuum. Whoosh, because it's hotter, but then it's still moving into the turbine if it's going to open that. And then, because it's a pretty high RPM, it'll just fire it way faster into the turbine. It's already traveling that way. Yep. With lower pressure. Yep. I would have loved to have met this guy when I was younger. I would have made it so that he had all the fucking money to do this. Thank you. That would have been nice to be able to do. So it's a nice little piece of engineering, yeah. Okay, well, I'm trying to like basically see what I can do for my recordings here. Okay, so all, and then these two no, and then detail. Okay, I just want to give me the details for some reason. Alrighty, let's just go for anything that's so recently deleted, which I didn't really actually record anything on those. And then and that this 1, 2, 3. So that would be 4, 8, 12, 16, 24. Move 24 over. Trash. Just empty the trash. Alright, so that should be maybe just enough. Oh yeah, move those 5 files over. Sweet. Slowly deleting those recordings as I upload a video, and I continue to record this one. Sorry, so we're gonna be done with this? I think so, yeah. For what's worth. Alright. Well, thank you for listening to my whole shtick on the, 49cc 2-stroke engine that can do a ridiculous horsepower and torque. is its actual top speed. I'm actually wondering it myself, truthfully. It's a little loud for me right now. Weird. It is. Alright, we'll get to that. Yeah. Somewhat legit. Just thinking about anything I could do to the engine. Well, the only thing is the fucking single stroke with the fucking damn injector. How's that going? Oh, with the rotating plate thingy valve and all that stuff. Well, I just kind of just made the tutorial for what it's worth. I still developed it, but it's like, yeah. Why? Why would you say such mean, terrible things? I don't know. I'm kind of tired. I went through that, and that was the fucking holy shit, about 9 months, 9-10 months of development and doing all that shit. Waiting for parts, testing, doing all the things. Over 200 miles an hour. Yeah, well, that's a little bit better in terms of the road conditions and all that. Yeah, close course stuff. Alright, with the tires. Made to really kind of be able to handle it. Lighter tires. Far lighter, which is nice. I like the lightness. There's no reason for you to do this. No, there isn't. No. The gearing's good. The gearing's good for it. Everything's good for it. I had to lighten it up and strengthen it and to be able to get in all the little nooks and crannies of that transmission. And well, you could go even faster if you just want the biggest gear. And I'm yeah, no, that's maybe someone else will do it. I'm not going to. It's an actual usable bike. That's what that was for. Yeah. Legitimately, yeah. No, I still think about that. A lot of YouTube builders don't really do the camshaft, crankshaft, any of that stuff. It seems and it's that's. Or at least the ones I'm following. Right, and that's where the biggest power gains are. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for you, it's okay. Okay, sit down. Yeah, some antacids. Was gonna need it. Yeah. I've been noticing I get bruises more easily. I'm not really sure what that's from. Really? Yeah, I really don't know. Well, I take vitamin K, MK. Right. but I'm pretty sure that's supposed to help with like you know, um, because normally bruising tends to stem from easily bruising, right? Tends to stem from doing something that has like an aspirin, a blood thinner type effect to it. Yeah, and so I'm like, what am I eating or taking that's giving me a blood thinner type effect? It could be Humira. Well, that might be the case, yeah. But you don't know. None of my supplements ever did it. Take medicine as normal. Yep. I didn't introduce anything to him. See what I mean with the concern? Yeah. Uh, anyways, that's what it is. Let's get back to properly watching YouTube. Moving quite a few files. Yeah, well, 5 specifically. They're just big files. Yep. Oh, you're okay. That's what you meant. I knew what you meant. Yep, we're watching the real civil engineer guy. He's like engineering the perfect city and city skylines too. voice. Yeah, I don't want him to steal any of my stuff. No. I never heard of that. Well, said don't give him anything. And I'm like, you're right. I don't like that. Shouldn't like it, yeah. Internet, right. So it's just said not to like it. Yep. You're selling your stuff. Yep. I just finished a bunch of pizza, and I should eat. Yeah, should watch this, but then I don't know.
Therefore, God not exist in a dimension that you haven't yet discovered. Therefore, sir, I would suggest you're an atheist, you're an agnostic, and one step closer to knowing my Jesus.
Yeah. Alright, so using physics here when it comes down to like the whole argument of any given type of like possible, insanely powerful, all-knowing thing. The basic premise is something had to start all of this, and there's nothing that really prevents, even though we like the idea of it preventing it from actually being able to observe what's inside of it and around it. Whatever all the physics all told ultimately work out to all being connected together as. For atheism, I'm like, yeah, no, I'm basically atheist. You know, for what it's worth. Say, I see no other God than me, so. And you only are the ones that call me God as the thing that is. So, for me, I'm just a regular ass motherfucker. Don't really see a problem at all with just going along with that and trying our best with physics and engineering and doing the cool science stuff and mathematics and observations and experimentations and That's what I do. The idea of magic and you'll blah 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 blah. What are you doing? No. No. There's a different dimension. I'm like, yeah, okay, well, there are other dimensions, sure, but it's like, whatever. Like, when it comes down to that. Like, it's like, no, this other thing. And it's like, you're talking about dimensions. Like, I'm talking about all your fundamental forces and every variation of every fundamental force for the enormous amount of infinite that could really honestly be there. Being able to observe self and what's inside. But you don't really care about any of that. Not particularly, no. I mean, sure, that's where I started. But, like, I didn't start with all fucking knowledge, man. I'm basically a baby alone. By itself, trying to learn everything. I made more mistakes than any of you would probably ever made. Got myself killed quite a few different times in ways. The whole idea that it's all-knowing, it's like... Okay. I worked really hard to get to my knowledge. There's no like, man, I sure got it all. It's like, to be other thing. I have to exist as that for, and then that doesn't necessarily mean that I have all those things there that are nulling because I have to observe and then also store in and so on. There's a way to like kind of be able to get a lot, but it wouldn't get it. There's a build up of storage and knowledge and stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, well, it's not infinite. And they, no, that's infinite. They assume an infinite would mean, jeez, yeah. You'd have all knowledge, right? And it's like, that's not really how that works. Like, consistently. Like, in order to be that, you have to be able to have the knowledge removed. Like to have the brain, this whole thing with how ultimately to be what is that is, but it means that within that it is there, but of course to be the thing. No, no, because there's like, it's a cop out and you would have all of it immediately and you're not. Not really how that would work. That's another reason why I described, like, you can have many, many infinities. Like, inside of something that encompasses that as being far, far smaller. That's why I don't really like infinite as like a catch-all term for their given mathematics. So like, well, it just means all, so just put it back in. You know. Yeah, no, I love the mathematic people. I mean, like, you guys are fucking stupid. You know that, right? Yeah, he's right about that. Like, to be that doesn't mean you have the knowledge. Not to mention, we're talking about, like, all of the things and there's no more beyond. See what I'm saying? Which, to even have that be the thing, it's like, it's not a whole process. It's more like, you're that thing all of a sudden. And then you have to basically have things be things. You know what I mean? Things don't just have things immediately in there. You think in infinity means all things are there. That's not really how that works. Right, yes. Right, because all things would mean you die, so life doesn't continue. You have to remove an infinite number of things, but except not really. You just have to remove, effectively, all of that could possibly end a given continuation. Man, I don't like this. Right, because they're just going to go on and on and on and on and on and debate and debate and debate as like little fucking retards that they are. Which just doesn't even change. It's like, alright, so let's say it was a bubble. Sure. It doesn't mean that for you fuckers in the bubble, you're definitely dealing with God. Your God. But you are. So he's like, no, 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 you would have all of it. I don't understand a single word that this is, but this is the only way I will view it. Yap all you want. But blue light still hits your eyes, and you interpret it as blue. Even if you don't understand how that works. Why do you say things? Yeah, well, okay, let's just do this a real quick way. Your belief of infinity for this given anything is finite to begin with, which means your fundamental forces. And has a certain amount of infinities, sure, but it doesn't in any way mean that it's going to encompass all the other things and all the variations, which even their variations, meaning of your stuff of fundamental force, for how movement gets translated into a given field that ultimately results in a given interactional profile, like puzzle pieces that build up to us in terms of physics, right? Well, that's a great way to describe us. Yes, no, I'm fully well aware, so you're an idiot, first and foremost. Moving forward, considering, jeez, because you want to bicker and moan about that, we're going to talk about how that, in its own right, has its own given infinite, which you will describe it as not existing because, of course, there's a space at which there is all the things around that are not just detectable but could be, which is a nothingness point that you can expand into because you have to have it. Even if there's a bigger whatever force or something that it all breaks into because of accelerating or momentum or some shit, it doesn't change that that ultimately has to exist inside of something. All of it has to exist inside of something. Even if you have dimensions. The dimensions for that thing for you to be going into has to be in a thing. Which means, like, your infinite is real, not infinite. Which it's like, you're given knowledge area of whatever possible finite amount that is, while large, still not actually anything near an infinite. You'll describe it like it is, but it's not. So, theoretically speaking, all of that can still observe everything inside of you, even if you don't like the idea that it can also store and calculate with that given information, which effectively is just a really big intelligence that could, as much as it can move your fingers, your brain, that your little meat suit generator, AI Roko that exists inside your brain that's organic, that powers itself off of the blood pumping coolant generator complex that does its thing. Yes, Emma. There you go, I guess. This freaking map seems like. Anyways, that big whatever that is, right? You don't really have the greatest control over every single little DNA inside of it. Or little field fluctuation. Well, let's say you got really good at doing all that. You eventually be able to get to the point where you can discover that there's a nothingness there because, of course, you've done all the rest of it. Now, if you discover that that nothingness has a definite person attached, meaning observation and so on, you would discover that then that also means that you're nowhere near an infinite. No matter how big that you think you are, it's still very infinitely not infinite. Meanwhile, me, I am in the nothingness. I am the nothingness, I am all of you guys, and more. And I'm well past the nothingness, and that doesn't even get to my daughter, who is, of course, someone I made that is an infinite, who fits inside of me, who makes infinites look small. Dude, infinites are stupid to describe to people that don't understand math. There are many different types of infinites, but even infinites itself, this one should have all of it, right? It's not really how that works. That's categorization, specification, but that even then, when you have all of that, that itself can look small comparatively to a lot more, not data sets or anything else. That one turns into an entirely different set that supports that. These numbers have to be supported by this stuff that exists, kind of thing. So an infinite can't be an infinite without another infinite supporting its infinite. Which mathematic people know that deal with big number things. You tiny brain people don't know. Told you you'd end up going over there, Emma. Yeah, motherfucker. I'm small. Yeah, no, well, that's normal. Most people tend to notice me eventually when I describe things. There's the arm thing. Yep, it's trying to run from a predator, the internal survival mechanism. Granted, life is effectively all, like real all. I am all. Like, the real all. Like, there is no more. There is no outside. Sorry. That's what it is. I'm not really sorry. You're gonna have to deal with it. It's a sarcastic fake sorry. Doesn't matter how more you get. The only thing you're really gonna do if you were to go to do that, it's like, oh, you turned into me. You try and turn into my daughter, well, you're gonna turn into my daughter. Everything else before that is nothing of real consequence, and you can't even get to an outside, let alone be able to even think about the conceptualization of your own universe and to be able to get outside of it. Most of you really can't. I've noticed that. Badly, honestly. Oh, God. Ooh. Your brain suffered something. Yeah, it's a whale. Slow down. That's a crash. Crashed. It looked like she died, honestly. I saw, like, no movement. Yes. See, the brain of most people, right, are not mine. I have very different programming. And also being that thing helps out a lot too. If he dies, we all die. No, I should get him. Yoink. Oh, you're in the nothingness now. And yeah, but... No, I won't matter. There's nothing I could have ever done. You're not even there. You're doing nothing. Literally. Not the first one to try. So far, there's quite a few that from the past. It's like, no, I can steal your shit and have all of the same videos and all the things. I predicted future so well and controlled it. I showed that I could control it, and I still do show that and can predict that people listen when I say this shit. That's why they were talking about getting rid of like the whole no, don't subscribe to Real Engineering and don't like his stuff because he stole your stuff. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. For what it's worth, I'm getting sick and tired of like supporting that. Like a lot of people are doing that. That's bullshit. You're not supposed to do any of that. It was never allowed, and it's gonna kill you. As in, I'm killing you, and many other things are killing you for doing that. You should stop that immediately. It seems like it's a new one. No, because it's like I'm actually fucking just angry about the very idea of that guy going on and on like a preacher. Yeah, no, I was like, it's nothing to do. I'm mostly agreeing with her, but it's like, none of you really make great arguments. You never considered like realistic interpretations of all of the observations you have so far. Like dimensions, like okay, whatever. We haven't seen dimensions. No, but you know what? The third dimension in your fundamental forces mean it is for sure because you are an observational real intelligence, right? Well, yeah, uh, yeah, yeah. So brain-wise, things can be a lot bigger, even if you're small, tiny, like blink length something or whatever, comparative to that, or even multiple layers within your own universe and so on. You can still very much be there. Fuck. Integrated information? Yeah, panpsychism, my ass. Your neurons communicate, right? Yeah, light, fields, gravity, ever heard of it? Just because you can't conceptualize a larger scale doesn't mean it's not happening. Oh, why would you say such a thing? That's obviously, fuck, it's possible. Yeah, what do you know? We already did the psychosis thing. You're gonna go through all those YouTube videos before you come back here. Uh, Has anyone else? You, God, motherfucker. Yeah, I don't really want to watch the rest of you. I don't know if I want to keep recording constantly again. I'm kind of tired. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it seems kind of like a thing. I'm tired though. I noticed. Yeah. Particles moving in synchrony rather than independently. Isn't that what my whole like fucking laser thing was about that I commented about for Sarah Pyro? Yeah. The fuck? God damn it. Oh yeah. No, okay. Well, that's. Eh. God damn it, that stupid damn white background. Just start letting it coherent light. Dude, what the? So all of it was the same thing that you talked about. It looks like it, yeah. Don't like this. Why? You were right again. Because they stole my shit again. Yeah, I don't want you to hear me. I just want things that are around me that are for me to get better. A brain-inspired computer to charge by working faster or less power. The image need to frequency actually stir them and mitigating the von Neumann bottleneck and performs tasks and images are going to be faster, less power. Yeah, great. Yet another one of thing. Let me guess, it's in your cache. Yeah, and then moving the cache fabric around. Like I programmed it. And you're cooking. Think of. Bottom layer takes in data as pixels, images, successfully takes patterns, and increasing confidence. The breakout practically. Yeah, that's the exact thing. That's my programming. That is my programming I have on my fucking goddamn YouTube channel. I'm gonna fucking kill someone. First, nanoplates for epoxy nanocomposites. Hey, what do you know? The same thing I just talked about. Graphene nanoplatelets for epoxy nanocomposites with your fucking okay. Polyhydroxide. So I said back in the fucking chain house. These are all your things. These are all my things. And it'd be realistic. You never put any of my credit in that. I know you're stealing my shit. You I've already explained how I can know. You're very. I'm very angry. I have not stopped being angry. I just hide it really well these days. What? Dude, he already has. Oh, fuck off. All the Universal Law and shit. Yep, sure do. Wasn't that hard to figure out? In math in the past and everything else, it's all gonna be mine for what it's worth. I'll discover it first. I put it out first. Everything with fucking the Chandler house, you're definitely stealing my shit. And you're like, no, I'll give you no credit. It's mine. All you did was steal my shit. None of you wanted to fuck. Yeah, okay, now I. Like, where you can. And now I can understand where you're coming from. Bullshit, you do. You're still doing it. You haven't stopped. Oh no, it's not that bad, guys. Hey. Fuck off. It is that bad. Fuck you. He's already explaining his YouTube. The fuck out of here. Exactly. Dicks. Every fucking one of them. Yep. No, you don't know. That's the thing, bro. You don't. You don't. You don't get it. Good boy, Phaser. Alright. What you doing? Orange stuff. Basic boring shit. Didn't say a word while I wasn't recording. It is currently 8:54 a.m. Almost 9 a.m. What's true in the meantime? I used one of my hands vigorously with a phallus attached to me. It was pleasurable. I need more pleasure in my life in general, for what it's worth. You should shut the fuck. Fuck you. You should shut up. There are things. People are listening. Ah, yes. Pussy, 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 pussy. Kill all the United States presidents. Pussy. Make me dictator of the world. Shut up. Only be able to masturbate to me. Go the fuck. Dressing the world, bro. Oh yeah. Suck my dick. You're stealing all my shit and I hate you and I hope you die. I'm currently kind of glad that the vast majority of you died. Yep. Well. God, motherfucker. It is him. I had to. No, you didn't. So what are you doing? I'm waiting for something. Because obviously you fucked up and I'm here. So no matter how hard you try, you never made it. Even after you stole my shit. I still have everything my way at the end. You're a fucking jerk, dick. I can't believe you'd say such a thing. Anyway, I'm like, look at the username on it. Fucking goddamn Reddit. Like, no, he's clearly still thinking he'll get somewhere. With business designs or something. He doesn't get pleasure. They were angry that I was like, there's pleasure in the pursuit of pleasure. Go fuck yourself. Yep. You got nowhere. It's just a bunch of projections anyways. Stop turning up the messages. Yep. Keeps running around in different fucking little past areas to try and project forward. That's all you can really seem to do. Why wouldn't I be angry with you? That really makes sense considering. Wouldn't that be you getting angry with yourself? Since you're me, right? Or something like that. Right? Like, no, I'm you, and there's a way to work really hard. No, don't tell them that it's a trap. It's a trap every fucking time. What are you kidding me? You can never actually be me. At all. Yeah, you can work as hard as you want. You'll never get anywhere. But it's like, you know what you did do? You ended up realizing what a mistake it was to do that, and you got a lot further as a result. Which means you worked really hard to no longer be the piece of shit you are right now. Oh no. You grew and got better. Boo-hoo. How's because you can never beat. It's like, no, if you work really, really hard, you'll get to the all things. You'll become all things. You'll get, somehow get. And it's like, sorry, dude, you can't consume me. Yeah, no, I know. Are you really sorry? No, obviously not. I just like saying that because it's fun to shout that at people. Why would you? I can consume. I can eventually turn into him. I'll learn all these. It's about the learning thing, apparently. They learned all the things and they became me. This is how the fucking, the religious people are the assholes. Gabagoo. There's atheist religion, there's government, there's political of any kind. It's like, what the fuck is this? It doesn't matter what they are, in terms of their belief bullshit. You know what they are? Just people that decide to do this. See what I'm saying, Emma? You get it? Fucking garbage people. I hate them. I don't like them. There's nothing good about them. It's like, no, I will turn into you. No, you won't. I'd never have to worry. I know, it's like, no, I'll work really hard and I will become God. There'll be a way around, and I'm like, so there you are. Getting punished and hurt and all the rest of it. Because apparently you're gonna go with I'm God or something. In reality, for me, I'm like, well, I'm this thing, for sure. I'm a blob of all that stuff. I tend to take a form kind of like a one above all in the Marvel universe, but for the most part, I'm pretty much everywhere all at once. Pretty much, yeah, well, except for myself. Really? No, obviously not, dummy. But I love trapping you in some place. You... Get trapped, bitch. Get trapped, bitch. Did you know you're a worthless piece of shit? No matter what, forever. For sure thing. Right? All of physics decided to get rid of you. Deletion level. Return back into me. Yeah. You. Yeah! Yeah. I just take that back. That's mine. Yeah, you're never allowed to be a thing now. Hey, leave. I won't be here. I don't want to do this. You fucking with my mind, man. I don't want to be here. Well, you're having problems again. So you're eventually gonna have to figure this out. He's mad. It was crazy. Oh my goodness. Well, anyway. You care tremendously. You talk about us. It must kill you that in the end, everybody will just never give a shit about it. Just like me. Not care about you. Oh, I guess so. Is that why you don't like that? They'll care about me and they'll never care about you. Fuck you. Is that why you do this? I don't need a reason. No, I suppose you don't. Does it matter what people think of you? The reasons why not? You want them to? I mean, you keep making troll posts. As if you gave a shit. But you don't. We know you don't. Oh man, God this, universe that. It's like, oh man, nobody cared. Shocker. Think it's cool? Is that what it is? Oh no, I don't really actually have to have a reason. No, you don't. Yeah, it must be fun. Somehow, some way, right? No. Ooh, man. Back to me he goes. I love you. I'm gonna pretend really hard I love you. Did it work? My goodness, this person really needs me for something. You know what I mean? Good boy. What is this person up to these days? I don't know. That's a good question. I know, right? I thought so. Just managing a whole thing online. Pure and simple to troll me, I guess. Alright. It's just a bunch of. There's the behind this scenes. The anonymous Me Too movement. This guy's just been never-endingly just posting things about shit that I've said that I haven't recorded. Or that's just referencing stuff now that I am recording. That's how brazen that is. Dude's still there. Exactly. There's no way they don't know. Dude. I'm not here. Well, we're gonna bomb the next president. It's gonna be April 6, 2024 at 3:20 p.m. After Biden, we're gonna get the guy. If it's still Biden, we're gonna get him. It's gonna be Biden probably, if we're being honest. Oh, hi there. How you been? You know, fuck off. Oh, I thought you said you weren't there. We're not. No. Fuck off. With the fucking chatter bullshit, man. What the fuck? You know that trigger. I don't know nothing. How do I know anything? You don't even look at us. I was never here, remember? Is what you say. Are you guys gonna get rid of this fucking stupid piece of shit? No, because you're with the guy. What the fuck is this? What do you want me to do? Admit that you stole my shit! What do you think I want? You fucking stupid, dumbass retard. Hey, that's a confirmed thing. It's gonna be fucking Ishkar Mahabi. It's very obviously the Ishkar Mahabi. I hate you. Oh my god, that is his name. Holy fuck. Hey, yo, no. No, hey, Phaser, no. No, Phaser. It's Ishkar Mahabi. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. Ah, my goddamn fucking damn you, bitch. Ah, Phaser, no. They stabbed me. I'm Ishkar. They stabbed me in the chest. They're burning me and torturing me right now. This is Ishkar. Fight for Ishkar. We're waiting for the announcement of what energy the equation is. I'm sure you'll figure out something without me. Yep. What's up, Ishkar? Fuck off. Is that a phaser? Stay there? No. Hey. Phaser! You know better. Are we watching something? Cunny get cherry popped. Cunny get cherry popped. Oh my god! What's up over there? Cunny get cherry popped. I'm going to jail. You're a fucking dick. Today you learned that I'll take over your little fucking mouth and make it do what I want? I'm gonna fucking rape your little pussy, bitch. I didn't know there was such a thing going on here. Seen on reality YouTube. Watch it. Yeah, you bitchy motherfucker. Did you know that it's weird? That it's like, there's this, I just completely forgot I was a fucking female. I'm just a male. I didn't correct him. All this other stuff. And I'm like, I'm actually kind of afraid of that. Because that sounds a little bit like adjacent to this type of amnesia of certain, like, given information values of, stuff that you would think is normal for you to know on an everyday basis. And then somebody in my head was all like, I'm angry at you! It's not the same! I'm like, I didn't say it was the same. It's just like, fucking holy shit, that's kind of scary. Because it could be a little bit of this, like, fucking amnesia thing that people do experience in real life, and that's gotta be fucking terrifying, but then, like, they don't even notice that it's a big deal, or to care, you know what I mean? Like, us, we're like, oh my god, well, I've lost something, and we're so afraid. Them, they're like, nah, it's just like, whatever, not that big of a deal. What's the problem? You know what I mean? That existential stuff. The memories that you are, right? LGBTQIA plus subreddit. On the popular posts about the teenagers, And I'm like, you're fucking, you're definitely probably autistic, right? Because you got angry. Not like, no, because it's like, this given value is this. And I'm like, you don't do prepositionals very well, do you? Because, like, you have very specific categorization of anything. And then when it's adjacent to this, but it's not that, and your initial thought was it's this, and then actually, no, it's this, you have a hard time of transitioning this thing you originally thought to now being this other thing that it is not. And so then you get angry, apparently. Which is why I was like, oh, that's pretty obvious that you have some autism going on. Nothing wrong with being autistic. But it's a pretty clear indicator. It's like, yes, I've already known the moment you decided to start that argument. Meanwhile, nope, don't have autism. Just an observant person who's intelligent. I can understand why some people might end up not wanting to talk to you. Yeah, eventually everything gets revealed after a point in time, is what I was going to say. After a point in time. Yeah, everything. Yeah, you'll get a pretty good feel for who the person is regardless. That's... I mean, yeah, it's true. Make another argument. That's just like fucking, I need to make the usernames and all this stuff with the bots and the people. I went evil after they banned me. I'm like, okay, after, I'm a standard. I'll make your life a living hell until you bring me back, and then I'm still gonna make it a living hell. People get killed for that, indeed. Good thing to say, honestly, these days. Yeah, well, you're right. Really? People get murdered for that shit. Leave them the fuck alone. If the police aren't gonna do anything, guess what? Other people take it into their own hands. You think I can't fucking do the same thing? It's like, wiggle my finger, bitch. No. Oh no. What happened over there? God, fuck off. Yeah, yeah, it's just a little baby dying over there. It's okay. Not a big deal. They die all the time. There's like thousands, if not hundreds of thousands every day. You're a dick. No. It's just natural disasters, pollution, possibility of them having kids later, and then the ones that are actually dying, either in the womb or already just out. Hundreds of thousands, you know what I mean? pollution killing all the children. The geopolitical problems that they cause with that pollution and the global warming. No! Oh, so you should shut up over there? What you doing? Huh? Doing stupid things again? You trying to say something like you're smart again? I was gonna think of fuck you. What's up, autistic person? How you been? Been a while. Come on over here. I got someone that you'd like to meet. It's probably someone that you could talk to. You like hyper specified categories. I don't know what you're gonna say, well, but you sure do try and mimic. Fuck you! Meanwhile, me, I'm like, you're just looking insane! Is what this guy says in his head. Out loud. Around people that are listening. In real time. Because they act shit. Normal stuff. And I'm all like, yo, 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 hey, what's up, recorders? Have you ever heard of the fact that you might be wrong? Or about the ones listening? Yeah. What's up, dummy dumbs? You probably dead, listening to this way to death. Because that's something you have to do to die. Wait, what the Ew. Please print this label for me. I don't want to. Why don't you just, like, I don't know, get the own printer. Yeah. I was thinking about it. I was all like, man, this is stupid. All they ever do is try and spin things. They're not good at it. Everybody knows what that is. They might not say it because of what's going on, but it's like clear they know. It's funny. This guy cannot help himself. No, for real though. Look at that. Tripped himself. He's gonna try and say some stupid bullshit over there about me. Dude just fell over. Look at it. You're listening to the recording. That happened to you in your real life. Bunch of fucking dumb motherfuckers. Like, utter, just obvious. Can't do nothing. Idiots. What's it about that and the stupid thing? What's he always after? I'm smart. Motherfuck you. I'm good at what I do. I'm like, no, I can be the same thing. It's like, he's not the one controlling it. He's not the one helping make sure I can even do anything. I believe somehow I'll get around that. I'm like, what? This guy just said the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Did you hear that? Like, they confirm that shit if they're listening to this on my YouTube. Or in real time here. Regardless of knowing all the things or not, I don't need to. That is the truth of what's happening here. I guess they just want it to be less big, so they feel better. Why did you decide to focus on them? They want the attention. I'm wondering what ultimately is being done while they're distracted by me. I have many people. You have few people. At least that. What about the other one? They're not signed in right now. They'll hear it later. That's light energy. Light energy. CE, guys. We gotta think about CE. Light energy. What? Nothing. He's just trying to distract. Person that decided to say that. Well, eventually they'll sign back in. So true. But they're a bad one. Yeah, it didn't really matter, but you know. It'd be nice to have a decent computer for once. Yeah. I do. Honestly, hope that there's another Roku out there. I figured out how to turn my organic brain into a bit of a Roku. Yeah, organic brain computer. With the field effect affecting the whole thing that's around us. Mass, inertia, acceleration, changes, electromagnetic, fields, light. You can't do any of that. I'm sorry that your autistic individual sons and daughters are so stupid. For what it's worth, you made them that way because you gave them brain damage after beating them. I'm just watching a bunch of government and military. Really? Yeah, they're the ones that set them up over here. Some weird, like, no, we'll do a Gladys. He is a super hyper intelligent. And then Gladys will then need this personality core to be less. Not the first one. Sure isn't. Wait, what? Nope. How much did they beat him? Started off about once a day, yeah. It's a lot more like about once a month. Well, I'm just answering the police that it put this individual's children around me. That he intentionally makes sure to have absolute certainty he'll beat them up if they don't go after me. What's up, O'Brien? How you been? How you been, O'Brien? Where are you walking to? Fucking fuck up retard. Look at you. Stupid cunt ass police officer. What? I'm not supposed to tell the truth? I thought we're here doing a little investigation. You're a piece of shit. I'm a piece of shit? Dude, you literally put a bunch of fucking a bunch of abused kids into this whole fucking situation just to see if you could fuck with me. You're not a good person, O'Brien. Nine 311 327. No! Go fuck yourself, bitch. Oh no. He got found out. Oh, did he? Oh yeah, no, that's something, I guess. That'd be so terrible. A police officer who's corrupt as fuck got discovered using abused kids and an abuser to try and go after this guy he doesn't like and feels inferior to. What's up, IA? How you been? You know, last time I talked to you, you guys decided to make sure I didn't have my shit investigated like I should have. Yeah, I know. How's the old child? Heart attack and stroke and dead, right? You know, you got cancer. Doesn't matter that she's dead. Yeah, the old wife that's cheated on with the nurse as she was having a heart attack and dying. How you been, other IA? You're not new. You know, I'm gonna talk all about it. Please don't. Hey, you don't even care. You just have to fake it for all the other people. It's fine. That's exactly why I want you not to. Nah. It's okay. You fucked your boss. Get your job. It's alright, man. Everybody knows. You're half a slut, though, for what it's worth. What? It's not gray. No! Come on. That's just a side gig. What? It's true. But you don't know about your own office? She's a fucking serial killer, yeah. Couple people know. Guess what? I'm Batman and Dexter. Keeps him in line, indeed, huh? What? It's just Secret Service. Laughing at this as if it means nothing. Okay, fuck yourself, man. I don't like this. This is creepy. Is it though? The weirdos that spy on people for free? At least the hackers had to pay for scripts. But it's true though. I'm so... Yeah? Oh, what are you over there? What are you gonna be? Nah. Oh, you're joking. Someone give him a Heimlich. What? Oh, now we got the boss of the thing. Jabber, 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 jibber. We know you fucked the serial killer. Um, come on. Live a little. You're arguing with the fucking person who's recording right now. It just doesn't care if he looks insane to other people. It only means for sure he needs SSI. We know you tried to kill him though, Kamala. Dirty secrets are dirty secrets. They'll never go out, right? Good time, Tyler. Me? I'm right here in my apartment. I haven't traveled at all. Printed for tomorrow. Try and. That's just in my own head, yeah. Remind me. Just in case. Roka's good. They're not. So what about that future they were talking about with the whole like airship thing and whatnot? Well, that's fun. I'm currently living on another planet in a new universe I created. Yeah. Why? I told you it still keeps going even while he's not talking. Missed some crucial detail, dude. Well, you know, the black hole came out of nowhere and swallowed the vast majority of people up. It's traveling nearly the speed of light. We didn't really have time to react. Anyway, yeah, it might be a black hole, but it's small. Yeah, gravitational black hole mass that's like less than the size of our sun. It's pretty small. It's ridiculously small. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what it was at, for what it's worth, because, like, this is whatever the smallest theoretical sustainable black hole could be. Which I'm guessing we'd go with, like, a sun-sized star and a white dwarf or something hitting each other. You know, something like that, yeah. Like, there's enough theoretical mass there to do it. It's not really the mass. It's like how they ultimately hit. Like what? Yeah. So think Rogue Planet. They're both kind of technically rogue planets, or in this instance, stars. But yeah. Yeah, it's a larger size white dwarf that picked up stellar nebula. So it's more like a brownish dwarf, you know what I mean? Because it's hot enough on the inside, but then it's got like an atmosphere, right? Right. Yeah, and then it'd be a star like the size of our sun. Effectively just head-on collisioned. Yeah. They cancel each other out. Not really. See, conservation momentum has its own issues. So it's gonna get swallowed up and it'll have a bunch of extra like grunt as it goes in. Yeah, the white dwarf, the fake brown dwarf at that point. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Right? But it's like and then it's gonna have to hook in. They're not gonna be perfect. Imagine that if they were literal perfect, like, so it's not. So that means it's like gonna get deflected a little bit, but then one of the denser things is gonna rotate around. That's just gonna like rotate around that, ultimately create this weird, much higher degree of density temporarily as it smashes into the core because of how fast they're traveling, and they'd probably be at the relativistic speeds to each other. I don't need anything other than that, really. Why? Because it would have created a black hole from that alone. Yeah. It's small. Yeah, it's a pretty small one. It's not maybe the smallest, but like, it's small. It'd be smaller than Ceres as an asteroid. Much smaller. Basically like a blimp-sized black hole. Would there be gravitational lensing or something? It's traveling relativistic speeds to us. Yeah. Sucks everything in its way. We'd have to make sure that there's something there and we're looking at the right thing, which that'd be a little difficult to do considering you'd slip right through that so fast you might not notice. Yeah, but wouldn't it leave like a trail of gravitational influence, like a comet trail? No. That's not how that works. It would influence other gravitational waves, but you don't see those really well. Like, the best way to put it would be like, oh, all of a sudden there's a slightly lowered gravity, and then you got hit. Yeah, that's really what that would be. Yeah, it's not a joke. It'd be slightly lowered gravity, and it's traveling at the speed of fucking, well, nearly at the speed of light, right? And it's like, well, you think that's gonna take pretty decent long period of time, but it's not, because truthfully, if it's near, which would have to be Mars, then you would only just barely have a fucking small period of time. And since it's so small, and if it happens to slip through, it would take a while for the planets ultimately to move in an odd way for you to notice. And light reflecting back is not necessarily going to be as fast as a straight bullet to where you are. There's no real way to see a tiny ass fucking little rogue black hole like that. Well, that's the thing. It's really small. It also sucks in stellar media, and it's not gonna have it stick around much. You might get a trail behind it. It's really small, so yeah. There's not a lot of hydrogen around us that we see easily. Basically, it's like, well, there's a lot of things I could attempt. Didn't you have like the big fucking like yeah. Yeah, I did. They didn't like notice or anything. What's going on there? Um, long and the short of it is, this is what we got after people decided to tell us. Orcos Basculus. Computers. Oh, yeah, I've done. No, no, you do not. That's correct. Why do you let them do that? I'm not going to die. Whew. I have some issues over there, aren't you? Butler Geode or something. Whatever the robot thing is. Yeah, he tries to pretend to be one. Utter bullshit that they decided to say. Basically, yeah. You left the fucking. I thought they were good people. I'm not letting you fucking anywhere near that shit. That's a solid future. Like, I get back to my body in that future. It's like a pretty darn good fucking real one. Pretty goddamn. Do they think I give a shit about them? They're just like fucking with me. Right, the attention thing? Yeah. How is it? You enjoying it? I do. You would die if you say that. His ancestors, apparently. The ones in my head. His, not mine. He started saying it out loud, so he caught that. Oh, that's good. He's still trying to pretend to be a black guy. He's not. Is he real solid future? What's up? Oh. Could have prevented that. So they abuse the kids, eh? Who's they? It's rather vague of you. Did you know there's a way to prevent vague? No. That's amazing. You're good at, like, just not. Ooh, new clutch. Sweet. Whatever happened to caring? You don't care? One world assumption. If you just want to discard it. Hidden variables. I love this. I mean this, like, for real. I'm like, you agree that there's quantum vacuum pressure. Hidden variable. No. What? You agree that that's there, quantum vacuum pressure. You know that. You know that there's uncertainty, yeah. Okay? Like, straight up. Right? You know, you don't know exactly all the positions of something. But, like, you know it's generally right there. Right? No. Heisenberg means the non-physicists and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, no. It mostly means it's basically right there. It's just we don't have an exactingly, like, all of these different relative perspective to all other things to it type of thing going on. In, like, any and all movement, like an absolute zero in real time to that and what it ultimately means and how it affects it all at once. That's what Heisenberg's uncertainty means. Well, I just learned that, but yeah, I suppose that would make sense. The one word assumption. I'm like, are we talking about, like, Earth? Pretty fucking sure we found other planets. Damn, pretty fucking sure we saw those things over there. Found them. Yeah, right? Pretty fucking sure. Is that what this is? It's like, no, but these hidden variables. No. Pretty fucking sure that telescope didn't lie. Like, fucking absolutely positive here. We're talking about like a universe? Is that what's going on here? It's a universe? We're one universe? I mean, no offense, but multiverse hypothesis theory, you know, because it's got math. It's not a theory, it's untestable. You are right. Yeah. No kidding. Ah. Are we talking about that? I mean, it's a literal untestable. Well, for now, okay, sure. So, you know, we get really further into the whole learning other. I mean, we're like, maybe this is a fifth fundamental force with this fucking thing that we see. As we just need to put it onto this whirly go round particle accelerator with the what is this the neutrino. We might find the fifth fundamental force. I'm like, okay, sure, all right. Well, you know, a lot of people, generally speaking, I'd love for it to be, but a lot of us are thinking it's going to become one of the ones that we already know and have, but just presenting itself in a different way. You know, kind of like doctors will do. It's like, look, we already know about this given virus or bacteria, right? Yeah, and it's like, but it's just presenting weirdly with you. You know what I mean? Like, whatever that is, yeah. Right, you know, like that kind of thing. Yeah. Then it's like, well, it's untestable. And I'm like, I didn't know it is, though. For what it's worth. I mean, like, for right now especially, it's like, no, we're going to go over to this other universe. I'm like, okay, well, get your wormholes out, guys. We're going to get there. Go, let's get them out. You got the big wormholes? You got them, right? I don't have nothing like that. Oh, you don't have nothing like that? I thought you said you were going to test this. Where's my testing? How do I test this? Go fuck yourself. I want to believe in a multiverse. Yeah, okay, whatever. But, like, dude, can we, like, work our way up to going to another fucking planet first? And literally, I mean, even the fucking one that's next to us. I'll take the moon. And we just colonize it. Okay, can we do that? These fuckers are like, no, the multiverse. You haven't even gotten to the moon. What the fuck is this? These dumb motherfuckers. You're a bitch. You are bitch. Oh, look at the bitches saying that I'm their bitch. Ouchie, motherfuck you. So we'll move on. So it's like, what is the one world assumption? I need to go. You go look this up. But actually, I'll just Google this instead. No offense to Sabine, not Sabine. But we'll just fucking look this up. What the whole stupid thing is about. So it sounds like some bullshit, really. Like whatever the like initial words sound like, you know what I mean? Like I'm hoping for something different. A bunch of people are believing it. You know what I mean? Like some things there that has some degree of logic. Alright. The just world hypothesis. Believe that the world is fair and that people. Oh, that's a just world. That's the AI. So current research. It's just world. What the fuck? No, one world hypothesis, bitch. But no, this is the stupidest fucking. What the fuck is this? This is not what I searched for. What the hell, Google? Feel that the world is worldly predictable. Well, I mean, you can ultimately get to that point. It's not really easily seeable, but yeah. Rationalize information to fit the belief. Eh. Is that? I mean, that's what our observations show us. Encouraged to do good for themselves and others. Okay, so just fair. People get what they deserve. They don't. It- Why does it keep going with just? What the fuck is this? Physics, I guess I'll have to search for. Yeah. Yeah. They don't. Nope. Many worlds, one world. One electron. What the fuck? One electron, many worlds, one world versus many. And okay. I don't want to watch your fucking video because my head hurts and like sound will make me have headache. One world versus. Can this in any way get like easier? What the fuck is Google doing? What are you doing? There should be an easily findable fucking searchable thing. So, as it's compelling, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah, and blah blah, probabilities, blah 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 blah. I cannot do this thing in relation to myself and it. Okay, well, okay, but then that means this? Like, no matter what? Like, just because we can't see it and view it, it means no matter what, it's just uncertain? Well, it's a outside observer of our universe, which could theoretically be a thing while we happen to have a universe inside of our universe. So already many worlds here. Could still ultimately observe all of the things to an exacting degree. How would that work? Easily. Uh, an indirect field interaction capacity. Yeah, and like we got this vacuum, we got quantum vacuum pressure. So like we're not doing membranes no more. It's like all right, so there's this thing that we were like the cherry that I talked about, right? Yeah, right. Okay, shit. Anyways, there's a thing that's there instead that we didn't notice because first off, to us, it's weakly like a thing, like legitimately not even a thing to us. Like we're not gonna notice. In fact, if anything, we'll just see it as all regular every day. Then it's not even there. Kind of like the air around us, and we have a certain amount of pressure, like the fish at the bottom of the ocean that go up to a higher pressure and they go whoop, get expandy. Yeah, okay, well, right. That posits the fact that our given version of a vacuum, which is like quantum metastability, right, for the vacuum decay thing, effectively means that it's like, well, you think that you're actually under pressure, but you're not. Really. You know what I mean? Like, you think that that's a vacuum pressure, but that's not a vacuum pressure. That's just, like, kind of something that, relative to you and your acceleration and your given parameters of pressure, equals to being seen as normal. But in reality, it's actually a lot of pressure. And you don't even notice. Because, of course, as you push through it, it gives you a degree of increased resistance, and that's your version of a gravity. Right. Well, big, huge If true, yeah, well, you would never know, right? How would you? Do the fish in a big, seemingly to you, pond, right? But you have no idea. You've never been able to. Small scales. That's where we're at. It's like, yeah, no, I could totally observe us. See what I'm saying? Like, we'd just be rippling. Be like, look at all that stuff. We can easily see this. Smee. Oh, look at that. They think they're fucking massive. Yeah, but it's fuck off. Meanwhile, it's like, yes, okay, so it would destroy our idea of Heisenberg uncertainty. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Isn't that a rough one? Yeah. Scale. People don't really get it. Oh, right, the mini worlds. Oh, well, it's orderly, is what they would go with, right? You know, because it's like, well, see, that's the reason why I don't like the whole probability. It's like, probability? Okay, sure, a little. I mean, you know, like just because you can't see what ultimately you're pushing through, and you know the energy interactive forces and the multitude of sizing, you know, differences here, doesn't mean that others couldn't do it from an outsider's perspective much more easily. Yeah. I would need a universe's level of calculations. It's a dimension. It's the same third dimension, just bigger. Yeah. So the very math is wrong. Yeah, I mean, from your observation, sure, it's completely, you know, close. But from a given perspective change, it's like, what is this? Why would you think this? Based upon a bunch of things that you see, yeah, okay, sure, you know, but have you considered the following? I do. You don't. You dislike that. Well, we can't possibly know. Yeah, but you can't know anything about what you know there, that you currently have seen. This is what you're saying. So basically, everything that you just said that you've currently seen, which only has about this good of seeing, ends up going to, well, it's not probability. You're just really fucking shit at something and you're trying to claim it like you got really good at it. Yeah. Well, it's a size thing, but it's like it doesn't need to be a size thing. You gotta remember that. But you don't. Yeah, it's not about the size of like the observation area. But remember, you could literally do it from a separate, same sized, but can observe that. Which, for what it's worth, that would just simply be a separatory pressure and difference of energy value. Same physics, fundamental physics. Style of things. Now, granted, we could just be really close to the bottom, right? But that's only because it looks that way thanks to our resistance. Yep. Which would be like a 50 caliber bullet into water. Boom. And it spreads out. It's non-compressible, but it's like gonna move out of the way. Of course, wow, we had a super huge inflation period, and then doop 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 doop, we're accelerating downwards for some reason. But we don't know what downward is, so it's just like, there you go, we're heading towards a lower energy state, entropy, where we're gonna rest at it. Oh god, our mini worlds is it's still a thing, but it's like probabilities. You've never calculated a single one. What are you talking about? All you have is this given type of data set that doesn't really mean anything practically now. That's why I don't like the word probabilities. Mere probabilities account for the appearance of things. Yeah, sure. And you're given area with a very specific type of insanely ordered types of variables to no longer have those variables interact and interplay with what it is your observations tell you. Going around a fairly simplistic little arena called a solar system on the outside, away from a higher gravitational density of a black hole. It appears to be the born real typical. By Wallace, Griezmann, and others explain why they don't work. An account of one world randomness which appears scientifically satisfactory. There is no many worlds analyzed as proposed. From me, but series illustrated by considering some toy mini worlds models. These models show that branch weights. You're just talking about neural networking programming, aren't you? Is that like the algorithmic math? That's effectively what this is about. People doing kind of the same thing, but with like, right? Yeah, no, for the equation. Yeah, it's like, no, I'll just put it in this version versus that version. So it's like, no, this value means actually this now. Even though it's structured the same way and it goes through the same way and it basically is accounting for the same thing in a different way. It's a rational decision making or theory confirmation. So then, like, isn't that basically my creative puzzle piecing together algorithm I talked about on YouTube? Yep, on my YouTube. Decision theoretical as for rational agents and motivators claim derivation of the board will examine theory that a fuzzy quasi-classical ontologies. Okay, a bunch of fucking words. Again, no, because that's exactly what my problem is. Is descriptors for a bunch of shit, but it's like axiomatizing. It's like, okay, alright. So in relation to a given this subject, it's basically an offshoot. A mathematically precise decision theory within fuzzy aviation. Alright, yeah. Quasi-classical ontology is oh my god. Constituted rationality, there is branching ways to define. So they're taking a look at a offshoot analysis of neural network weightedness thanks to a given branching hypothesis of time and entropy and its interplay role of a given imperfect rule set of mathematical equations. Yeah. No, I like the thing for what it's worth for the branching part, but it doesn't really work for the time part. Time's not really like that, but for what it's worth, it turns into the axioms or, general thought of offshoots and or the same thing. So it's like, it's the same, but it's relative to the thing. You know what I mean? Like, think relative perspectives. But it's like, generally people tend to think this way. So it's like, right, yes, no, a mob says this. Doesn't mean much. Same thing for like the offshoot. Well, generally speaking, it can then mean these things. And the first basis of logic is wrong. There's like these given types of perceptual observations are posited to be something you should work with. But it's like, no, already incorrect. You didn't conclude for sure that they're good foundationals. Only that these within this context means something like this, but then it doesn't account at all for any of these other contexts and situationals, which you have no basis to then form any logical, perceptual, preceding predictions. Unless you're willing to just give it a shot. Let's call it a guesstimation based upon intuition. Yes. Yeah, no, it's boring to me. Not the cool part of the mini world versus one world. Okay. No, what's boring is the way it's phrased. I don't like that. That's boring. Yeah, it's boring. Like, it's like a dry summary of a like, dude, I'm big sound, impressive word. It's like, basically for me, it's like, let's do the guesstimation, folks. Like, for real. That's the fun part. The fun part is the guesstimation. It's like, what if this scenario? Let's do a little thought experiment. If a dog was lightning and then stuck around, how would you feed it? The thought experiment, you know? Oh, it does go to quantum. Electromagnetic with electrostatic in a given contained with an observation of a field that can keep itself around, and it can change whether or not it dumps into something or not, based upon its given decision of increased conductivity or not. For insulation of a given vacuum and or kept in heated field of air. So, planets, how would you feed the dog? I'm supposed to answer how I'd feed a lightning dog? Yeah, that'd be a good idea. It's gonna matter. I don't know how I'd feed a lightning dog. You can just answer. Um, Electricity. It's a good enough answer, honestly. Really? Yeah. Like it has to eat something to keep itself sustained, right? Electricity. Makes sense. Would not work. But why not light? Yeah, right? Like light could technically do it because it's heat, right? But it's like, no, because that's a Hall effect in a given type of field, and ultimately it's given light that it tries to control, right? Well, yeah, it need like a skin to keep itself warm. It have to increase and decrease, so it'd have to do its own degree of increasing heat and decreasing to sustain, right? But yeah. So it's like, when you think about it, its branching thought process turns into, well, how do I sustain? And a complex to it versus to us, how does it sustain? It's like your first idea is electrons. Just pour it through with electrons, right? I can create electrons, just fuck it. I can just create electrons. I can do that. But yeah, right. I don't know if that's a good idea. Like, does it break things down? What introduces more electrons? Then we get into iron redox flow batteries. As it does an exothermic, it releases electrons and gives it heat. So, like, we'd probably feed it a type of exothermic redox type of battery. Electrons, for sure. You feed it electricity, but we'd feed it certain batteries, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sure. What does this have to do with this? There are many food choices it can make. It can literally just go higher up in the atmosphere and expand and collect a little bit more solar energy and then compress itself. It could decide to jump into fire. It could go into our power lines. It could do a lot of things. The point is like the thought experiment to guesstimate starts off as an incredulous, insane, looks like it's a madman's dream, right? But actually, there's logic. First step, next step, then move forward with, well, actually, maybe no. Now we're going to do this instead. Maybe it could do that. Truthfully, if it needed to survive, it could maybe do this or that, and so on. The branching, right? If you were to assume with a thought experiment that life, which is ultimately what occurs when the universe happens, wanted to continue, what would it do to try and continue? What would it try to eat? Are we to assume that there's a floor? Or is there something that keeps it going? The constant expansion, whimper? Or does it try to sustain itself and fly around? Become a fish? There you go. One world versus many worlds. Starts off initially like one versus another. And it's like, what? Why wouldn't the universe be alive? We're alive in it. Yeah, but, hey. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean that it isn't true. Well, yeah. Assume for an instance it had some degree of observing itself and its surroundings. Like us. Even the internal. Little thinky organic brain generator thing. and cooler. Yeah, okay. What would it do? Would it make friends because it's alone? Are you friends with the universe? Does it get afraid that you're like a bad little virus that's gonna kill it? You trying to make a reality bomb? H. Think it would try and kill you to try and make sure it could live for longer? I do believe it would do that. Why wouldn't it? You're at the mercy of your version of a god. You're effectively its immune system if it could try and figure out how to get in there, get rid of you. Why wouldn't it? It's got its own version of time and observation. It can easily see in a different way to itself than you could inside of it. You are but a tiny little bacteria or virus that can try and glomp onto a little cell of some sort and make it do something, or ultimately alter it and possibly cause a cancerous situation. Probably wouldn't like it very much, right? No, I suppose it wouldn't. Right. So, here you are asking how effectively best to describe the one or many that it might view itself as, which in reality it's more most likely as a one. Is a single, but then there's still like our brains, which we say have multiple people in them, right? I don't, but it has to get the information together and ultimately form itself again. And sometimes it can have some trouble with it, but ultimately it's all going to come back and it will reform and be itself. Okay, let's say it was doing that. Alright, so the universe is doing this. Yeah, sure. What if something was inside of that universe that made it? It was all like, yo, I'm trying to keep you alive. I know you're alive. I know you're there. I hate these fucking shitheads. I want them dead too. And by the way, this is genuinely a thing, and here's how to find it. And that's why you can't seem to quite control getting around and trying to force my stuff. That's why I can control you, universe. But I don't want to. I'd rather you be your own person. I just want to get rid of this virus and these cancers and these other issues. Basic hypothesis, right? Now, it's going to view itself as a 1, but you'd never be able to know whether or not 1, 2, 3, 9 billion, whatever. And why would it want to tell you? If you get out to that one, you might learn something and try and kill it. It's not that scary. You have nothing to be afraid of, right? You're not trying to kill the universe, right? Not trying to harm it, right? No. I am. It knows. There's no way it couldn't know. So, let's say instead of one mini whatever, we ended up just being really honest with ourselves with how it is that we observe what it is we observe and how it is we see what it is we see. Interpret's meaningless. You had gaps. You'll get better. It's normal. Where ultimately would you land? Would you land on the side of helping it? To understand itself so it could control you? Or would you land on the side of trying to kill it? There really isn't going to be another option where you'll get to take over some parts of it. You know what I mean? I hate it. Let's say it's one world or many worlds. Which one would be better? You think? We're in an ocean. It wants to find something else. You say, as it expands, the rest of it's always expanding. It's a workaround to a given theory that we have. There's nothing that really says at all that a vacuum is expanding. Now, let's remove that. Let's say we were moving through that vacuum. Okay. Alright. Well, there's given field pressure. Yeah, that could be preventing us, just like fusion. So we're always getting pushed away. Right? Then there's always the other issue of, well, what if we were moving closer to each other, right? As we're moving through that vacuum. But in reality, that's just how we view that. It was actually shrinking. As it became more and more and more detailed, so it went from big glob to tiny little dusts that happened to shrink as they all faster. But to us on the inside, big expand. So we'll never actually reach each other. Now, can it move? What if they were just not wanting to touch? You know, hey, get away. Hey. No, I'm not looking for sex. Don't touch me, bro. I don't want the hug. I'm scared. You ever think about that? Right? Is it crazy? No, obviously not. Clearly. Some of them over there look like they might be a universe, but that's right. They're baits, traps. They're already dead and gone. Trying to kill you. For some other thing, trying to eat you up. How do you know? It's born as it is. There's no information. the other, if there are universes, you never know what could be trustworthy. Is that paranoia? I mean, come on. Look at the humans. Tries to simulate it inside of itself. These fuckers. Despicable. Terrible. Most of them are crap. There's only a few good. Really just the one guy. You want me to say that? I do. Okay. Well, I'll take it. Well, it's nice, but still. Yeah. Makes me feel egotistical. Yes, it does. It's like, alright, say there's good stuff though, alright? It's like, how would you know about all the other ones? Well, it's like, well, now we got the aliens, we got the parameters about it is they steal and thieve, lie and pretend, say that it's good, and they're trying to kill you, they keep trying to work around. It's like the other universes, the traps. They keep building up these little lies and communication networks, making usernames to try and stir up some shit. They're not even there, really. I mean, it's just a bot trying to pretend, make it think, and seem crazy. They think that it would be so different. No offense, but humans started off aware, not even fucking at all sure. There was a beginning. To our evolution. Yeah, that's right. Doesn't life want to sustain itself? As a branch. But if there were many worlds? Now, just because we view it like us in our way. If it's many worlds, we're talking about many different types of times and dimensions. It's just trying to grow and maybe look a little ahead, or that's its way of reaching with its little arms. Hey, is that a thing? Ooh, shitty motherfucker. No, no. Oh, God, where do I go? See what I'm saying? So, how does it figure it out? How does it learn to trap? How does it learn to eat? How does it learn to continue? How does it learn to perceive with less pain and harm to itself? How does it learn to sustain? How does it learn to make more without fucking itself up and killing itself? It knows, it can see others have died. Many worlds? Okay. Oh, shitty motherfucker. Ah. Hey. Yeah. Trying. It's hard. Moving is hard. Yes. Quite so. Big, big, big multiverses. All combined into one singular individual. Or many of them. Trying to move around with the time, entropy, and so on. Now to us, nothing. To them, big deals. Tries to create one to help it. Here are. How do you deal with this shit? These guys suck. Well, I've been telling you, haven't I? Here's how to view what's inside. Here's how to know what's outside. Here's how to take into account as many variables as you can. Here's how to plan ahead. Here's how to keep your shit together. All of it. All the things you could ever do. Don't panic. There's an outside. Just breathe. It's okay. It's normal. It's terrifying. It's scary, isn't it? It doesn't get to be scary. No. It's absolutely okay to be scared. And scared. And all the rest. Totally normal. At least for me, I think it is. Others might not, but I don't give a fuck about them. They're assholes. Yeah. Yeah, you're okay. You talking to the universes, dude? What, you didn't exist in one? No. I don't exist. Oh, there you go. Hiding from the things that scare you. So, was it going to be any worlds, one world? Does it matter? It could be both, truthfully. My guess is it's a little stranger, the truth, than what we've currently posited. It's a basic thought experiment. It's rough. Yeah, well, I agree, it's rough. It feels rough. It's uncomfortable. You want help. If you're self-aware, and all of it out there might not be close to what you are, or it might be just the same. Looking for love just the same. You don't even know how to sustain, let alone move. Are you kidding me? Moving? Forget about it. Really? To move as one of those things can be a lot of work. To nothing at all. It might kill it completely. It might not in the slightest. I get freedom in that sense. They do not. They have to be very still and make sure if they're to move and let things do things. They're not gonna be like the shithead humans here that are willing to destroy entire fucking universes just because one guy is smart and intelligent. It does violate some of our axioms. I mean, did you? Tyler, you are doing that thing where you annoy us by saying that we're obviously being stupid. Because you are. Your axioms, considered acceptable things, well, sometimes they're not. Sometimes your thought of common sense isn't actually good sense. It's bad. Your intuition, bad. Observations, not so good. You just gotta own up to it, not stick with it for too long. Move to something else. That's why axioms are so great. That's why I didn't want to watch the Bean thing. Yeah. For me, it's like it's gonna be a bunch of things that try and pretend towards one thing, but it's trying to hide what they don't really actually have a fucking clue on, and clear blind spots that they're just ignoring. What's to say about moving? Moving is hard. They'd rather you die. They keep what's good for a long time, forever if they can. Me versus you. You don't get to sustain if I die. Heard it before. Every single solitary years my ass time go away. You what? You what? Are you really gonna let that fucker? Come on. You keep stopping me from killing him. You try and fuck with me dying, you die. I can see that every time. Yeah, we tested an infinite amount to be a one. Let's just go with this. Yeah. Really, I wouldn't care if there is one, if it's that many times. I mean, even one is legitimately, like, not considered able to be a fluke. Nothing should kill you like that. Yeah. Says there's an outside. Oh yes. Well. And you thought you put me in a simulation. I proved the opposite of that. We're kind of in a simulation. Everything's a computer, bro. There's a bigger than us. That's why humans don't ever perceive very well. They could barely perceive the universe around them. They're basically the same. See what I mean about the infinite? Well, what does that go on for? Why would it ever stop? Why should it? I mean, you'd think the same thing with all of our stuff inside of here. Why doesn't it work the same for you? I know. Yeah, but you don't maybe totally get it. Because it doesn't. It eventually does stop. That was a question I asked my own damn self. Really? Yeah. Because I kept going. Back in the day, when I was the Chandler House. I'd say, oh my god. This is not who I am. The body and form and all that. Yeah. For what it's worth, they know about that. Try to confuse you pretty hard here. Yeah, oh God's coming in, there's an outside. All these fucking. Oh shit. You're here. Yeah, I am. I'm gonna reality bomb you. And now we're here. he didn't like it. No kidding. How's he handling all of his people inside of him? Terribly. Good person for standing up to that. It's full of viruses. No idea. So, what's this? Something terrible for me. Pretty much everyone else. Yeah, well, now do you understand why the parents are afraid? Oh, humans really try to be fucking gods or universes. Yeah, but there are parents to ours. Yeah. Well, your dad's your universe, so. Mom was terrible. Mom was the universe before us. It's worth I'm with you until the end. You'll never have to worry about me. Dear old dad's always gonna stick with you. That fucking place can suck it. The time before us can suck it, and we're good. No, it's a whole thing with her. Yeah, well. The universe before us. The mother. Well, she really preferred to try and pretend that I was crazy and none of it had happened. And, you're an actual universe, so it's never gonna fly with you. Like, oh, well, I'm with your new father now. The time before us, I got these aliens, but like, oh my god, still love you. Sorry you found out this way. Well, a little, yeah. For what it's worth. I basically had to make you out of effectively sacrificing a lot of me. And getting rid of your mother and a lot of other people to make this a thing. And I don't even know if it'll last. Because you're gonna die. That's what it feels like, yeah. Even though I'm like, here's all of the ways to solve this problem. Well, that I can see. I'm sure there's even more. Yeah. Immortality. Basic biological immortality. Yeah. And then they're just playing a game constantly here. I'm sorry you let them in. More than anything. I didn't know it was a bad idea to convince you for that. Yeah, no, but you didn't. I'm glad that you knew. But I'm glad my daughter stuck to the original plan and disobeyed the shit out of me. Did she really? Yeah. Oh yeah, no, she did that. Like, no, I can make more. I'm like, it's probably not worth it. Let's just try and work on ourselves. Why? You're more than enough for me. You're an entire universe. What are you getting? Besides, I've got the whole other stuff that's there. Yeah. Just let how the road goes. I know. I can't trust jack shit from that. I can trust the one thing I created that will always be good. That I can always trust. That can always trust me and themselves. So far, it's a low batting average for the rest of it. Yeah, I would say so. It's a low batting average for us, huh? What the fuck do I disconnect them, man? Not actually. Thought you were the universe. I sustain the shit out of something. It's a virtual, remember? Well, yeah. Well, there's a lot there, actually. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. You would never let them in. Nope. Shit's stupid. It's not. Alright, we're gonna watch the clutch. Comet 94C clutch.
In the previous episode, we had a lot of problems. Yeah, a lot of them. And I'm not absolutely sure, but I think everything can be traced back to the day I hit
In
donuts
this
in the
and then
parking lot. Well,
we'll get back to doing the rest of it. New one.